Always the microphone not set up properly. What's happening, guys? Big Shitty! What's going on? Stock for Woodard. What's happening? Doodoo Flatulato, Navjack. Navjack. Crade, what's going on, guys? Guys and ladies! What's happening? Do you guys like hard-boiled stories? Do you like Japan? How do you guys feel about adventure games? Or Cyberpunk, for that matter? Does anybody in chat like Cyberpunk? I'm kind of a big fan of the Cyberpunk theme myself. I'm a pretty big fan of Cyberpunk myself. Navjack loves everything, all of those things. So does Doodoo Flatulato. Dementia Precoxtra enjoys a good Cyberpunk story. Well, that's what I have in store for tonight. Yeah, Cyberpunk. I've always really thought that setting was pretty cool. I like sort of dangerous, violent street city settings and stuff, and that's Cyberpunk all over, except you throw in some insane sci-fi elements into it, and then like philosophy about what being a human means and existence in things. Probably the introduction to Cyberpunk for me was Blade Runner. I feel like that was the introduction to Cyberpunk for a lot of the world, even though it existed before that. We talked a little bit about that when I played Johnny Mnemonic. William Gibson, I think, is sort of the father of Cyberpunk. That's what I consider anyways. It can run back even further to Philip K. Dick, but not that I've read any of Philip K. Dick's stuff, but my understanding is that stuff's a little more like hardcore sci-fi. William Gibson's novels are 100% the Cyberpunk theme and aesthetic. Total Recall. I guess Total Recall is Cyberpunk, isn't it? It's pretty fucking Cyberpunk. Yeah. Yeah, for me it was Blade Runner. And now that I think about it, I've never actually seen the trailer for Blade Runner before. I've seen the movie many, many times, but I've never seen the trailer for Blade Runner before. You guys want to watch the trailer of Blade Runner with me? Let's check that out. Let's check out the trailer for Blade Runner. If I can find it. There we go. The future.
I need your deck. This is a bad one. Worst yet.
There was an escape from the off-world colonies 2 weeks ago. 6 replicants. 3 male, 3 female. They slaughtered 20...
A Blade Runner's job is to hunt down replicants. Manufactured humans you can't tell from the real thing.
What's this? Roy Batty. Probably the leader.
There was just one outfit making replicants that superhuman. The Tyrell Corporation.
Mr. Deckard, Dr. Eldon Tyrell.
I don't get it, Tyrell. Commerce. It's all good.
Yerg!
Human is our motto.
Thank you very much for the sub. 10 months for Mighty Yerg.
6 replicants. In a city of 106 million people.
You ever see this girl, huh?
Never seen a blood.
Never seen her.
What I didn't know was they were looking for me.
That's not Harrison Ford's voice. The narrator is talking like he's
Questions.
Deckard,
Just two eyes. Genetic design.
but that is definitely not Harrison Ford.
Hello?
I'm in a bar here now, down in the fourth sector.
Frickin' Rutger Hauer. Only the best.
Time to die.
Oh my god. The atmosphere in this movie is so good.
If I didn't care, would I feel this way? If this isn't love,
Excuse me, Miss Salome. Can I talk to you for a minute?
You for real?
He's a damn one-man slaughterhouse.
I'm going home.
The prop design in this show is just out of control. I think they made this all on like a closed set, like one of those Hollywood backlots, and the carpenters and shit that worked on this movie, just out of control what they built. Famous scene there. I guess Rutger Hauer made that jump himself, and then Harrison Ford had to make the jump afterwards because Rutger Hauer did it. So Ridley Scott wanted like a good shot of Harrison Ford as well going across. Yeah, I just absolutely out of control, that movie. It's so good. I'm gonna have to watch that again. It's been a while actually since I've seen that. Frickin' Blade Runner, like the classic Cyberpunk. It really did spawn so much stuff afterwards. There's a very good Blade Runner video game, in fact, for PC by Westwood Studios. I remember playing that when it came out, and I was absolutely mesmerized. 12-hour sessions playing that game, just completely immersed and engrossed in the whole world and everything like that. There was so much involved behind the design and everything like that in Blade Runner, like Ridley Scott, I think, brought in Jean Girard, Mobius, to help him with some of the concept art and stuff like that. Ridley Scott, a big fan of his. If you look at Ridley Scott's storyboards, he's actually a pretty good artist himself. He has a Mobius style that he pretty much just ripped off from the man. Yeah, Blade Runner, so damn good. Yo, what's up, Civ Dung? City of 106 million people. J.F. Sebastian's house is an actual building. Yeah, that's right. It's like a... oh, God. I knew the facts about that at some point in time. I knew the lore about that building, but I can't remember. But yeah, it's a real deal. Thoughtless Deed, what's happening? Good to see you. The 13th best Harrison Ford impersonation. Yeah, so Blade Runner had it's got so many different versions now, like 4 or 5 different versions and all that. But when I first came across it, there was 2, right? You had the director's cut, and you had the original theatrical release. And there's big differences between the two of those movies. The theatrical release had this funny voiceover done by Harrison Ford throughout the movie, very like Sam Spade kind of hard-boiled detective voiceover monologue going out throughout the whole movie. When I was a kid, I thought that was the best version of the movie. Like, that's what I wanted. I thought the voiceover added so much to the film and just really brought in that detective kind of feeling. But now I just can't stand it. I can't stand it. And I think their director's cut brings in its own problems. Like, there's some aspects of Blade Runner's story that's kind of out there, sort of confusing, some misplaced sort of strange scenes, and that only gets worse in the director's cut version, where Ridley Scott sort of puts in these strange things like Deckard has a dream about a unicorn or something like that, and it's supposed to be significant because they don't exist or something, so it was supposed to be like a fabricated memory, like is he a replicant or is he not, and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's kind of was something that he wanted the audience to feel, to have that be part of the story, this ambiguous thing. Who's a replicant? Does it even matter? Like, our main character could be one, and we've been rooting him for the whole time, and he's out there trying to kill these things. But in the original theatrical release with the monologue, I think it made it pretty clear that Deckard was not a replicant, or ever was. Ever was. Like, you can become a replicant. Yeah, no, the voiceover in the theatrical version, it's interesting that it exists. And I can appreciate that. And it's a fun way to enjoy the movie because it is very different than having that removed. But once you remove the monologue in Blade Runner, I think the best parts of Blade Runner only get better. And that's the atmosphere. That's truly, I think, what this movie was about, was the atmosphere. And I think that's really what Cyberpunk is all about, more than anything, more than storyline or anything like that. It's really about just the setting. It's just such a compelling setting. What other... I really can't... I struggle, though, to think of another Cyberpunk movie other than Blade Runner, offhand. Total Recall got mentioned earlier. I do think Total Recall applies for sure. It's definitely sort of like a dystopic, like Megaopolis kind of movie. I guess RoboCop kind of applies as well. RoboCop, doesn't RoboCop apply? It's pretty low-fi, but if that's a word. But it's like, a dystopic future that has, the future's run by corporations and shit like that. What else? I'm going to look that up, actually. 80s cyberpunk movies. Well, best cyberpunk movies according to IMDb. Metropolis. I've seen Metropolis. I guess, and that's another problem is Blade Runner made such an impact on the visual aspect of the genre that, if something's not Blade Runner, is it cyberpunk? Is it even cyberpunk if it doesn't look exactly like Blade Runner? But I think, obviously, Logan's Run. I feel like I've seen that before. What's up with Logan's Run? Let's see the trailer for Logan's Run. Existence. Jessica Hotchans, what's happening? Tetsuo Iron Man, yeah. I know about Tetsuo Iron Man. I've kind of stayed away from it because it sounds almost too crazed, but I should give that a try. What's with these subtitles? We don't need those.
The satisfaction of every vanity, the absolute attainment of every wish.
Skepticon, what's happening?
Goldwyn-Mayer presents the Saul David production of
Logan's Run is cyberpunk, isn't it? I seem to remember this movie.
Welcome to the 23rd century. The perfect
23rd century, we got a ways to go.
Imagine a world in which you need never be alone. You touch a switch, turn a dial, and the perfect lover steps into your arms. Every pleasure is yours to experience.
Runner.
There's just one catch.
Runner.
The tiny crystal in the palm of your hand flashes its final message. Your time is up. Michael York is Logan. Run, Logan! Policeman in a perfect world, trained to track down runners until he is forced to run himself.
This is a book, right?
I'm your friend, I understand. We all go crazy once in a while. But she's a runner, and it's over.
Holy shit.
Box, an incredible being. More than human, more than machine. Diabolical guardian of the gateway to freedom.
The special
For
effects.
Logan and the woman who loves him.
Looks pretty sick. Yeah, definitely Johnny Mnemonic. Well, that's good. We get it. We get it. Yeah, definitely Johnny Mnemonic is Cyberpunk. That's Johnny Mnemonic was written, is short story written by the father of Cyberpunk, William Gibson, in his novel Burning Chrome, which is like a collection of different stories that he did. And that was before Neuromancer. It was kind of the setup to Neuromancer a little bit. He kind of did short stories and then built up into Neuromancer, which I actually just read for the first time this year, and was a really it was a really good read. I really enjoyed it, but it didn't. There was points that didn't make sense to me for sure. Fucking like space Rastas and shit like that. Strange Days. Strange Days. Let's type in Strange Days. Strange Days? I don't think that I know Strange Days. La Pedro Bear, welcome.
Have you ever jacked in? Have you ever wire tripped?
Have you ever wire tripped? Have you guys ever wire tripped?
This is not like TV, only better.
I'm wire tripping right now.
Life. It's a piece of somebody's life. It's about the stuff that you can't have, right? The forbidden fruit. Straight from the cerebral cortex. I mean, you're there, you're doing it, you're feeling it.
Oh, I heard about that. The window liquor director wanting to do Neuromancer.
I'm your main connection to the switchboard of the soul. I'm the magic man.
That's what's his name? Ralph Fiennes? Fucking Voldemort. Coriolanus.
It's the dark end of the street. How do you like it now?
This looks awesome.
It all.
I don't know this movie. This looks awesome.
Why me? There's more to this whole thing than you think.
Give us the tape right now!
You don't know how high up the food chain this thing goes.
You know what this tape could do if it got out? I see the world opening up and swallowing us all.
This is conspiracy paranoia. The issue isn't whether you're paranoid, Lenin. The issue is whether you're paranoid enough.
No more games. Whatever's going on, you have to get out of here now. Get him out.
This tape is a lightning bolt from God. It can change things that need changing before we all go
nice.
at the end of the
Vincent D'Fornio.
It'll be an all-out war.
I'm a big fan of Vincent D'Fornio. Vincent D'Fornio did Vincent D'Fornio did a Robert E. Howard biopic with Renee Zellweger. Yeah. Private Pile. MP83, what's happening? Good to see you, man. Strange Days. Strange Days. This liquid sky, what's this? A small heroin-seeking UFO lands on Manhattan roof, observes a bizarre drug-addicted fashion model, and sucks endorphin from her sexual encounters' brains. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, the Terminator. Terminator's not Cyberpunk, though. Terminator's not Cyberpunk. Megazone 23. Yeah, I think I'm familiar with that. Hands of Steel. All right, do you guys want to keep looking at Cyberpunk movie trailers, or should we talk about the game that I'm going to be playing today? Maybe let's talk about the game we're going to play. We're going to be playing Imitation City. Imitation City is what can I say about Imitation City? Not much, actually. I've been digging a lot for games the last week, and this game took me quite a bit to get going. Really, I've been digging around for games. I've been talking to people on message boards. I've gotten some help from other streamers, trying to build a collection of interesting stuff that I want to play, and I came across this title, and not much is known about it. This is actually a remake. The one we're going to be playing today is a remake of an older game 2 years before. Let me get that original cover up. Yeah, there we go. Imitation City. Imitation's a total Blade Runner game, and it was made by Jiro Ishii. Jiro Ishii went on to basically make adventure games his whole career. I haven't played any of his adventure games. Don't know much about him, but he has made several well-known adventure games, and has kind of had a good career doing that. And this was his first one, Imitation City. Jiro Ishii also apparently in his credits he did some art for Night Slashers. Night Slashers, the zombie fighting arcade beat 'em up. Night Slashers, damn good game. This is the imitation of Imitation City, yeah, for sure. Actually, truthfully, the original Imitation City is what I really wanted to play. I mean, look at the cover. We've got the Blade Runner type character on the front with the trench coat and the blaster gun. Show the back of the box here so you can see what the game looks like. Yeah, look at the screenshot. So it's an older game. Imitation City was 1987, and it has this really sweet like city background to it, and then all of these scenes, they get painted onto the background. So that city background is always going on, and then this gets kind of painted on. And they do like the scene like draws on the screen since it's an older game, but aesthetically, like it was really, really sweet looking to me, and it just seemed a little bit more like raw sci-fi to me than the remake. Sadly, Imitation City, the original, is a text parser adventure game. There's this like poster as well. Let's look at this sweet poster for it. It's a text parser game, and I was struggling to text hook it with Textractor, and I don't think that actually works on text parser games. I tried a couple of other text parser games that I was looking at, and the program just won't hook into the game. It won't find the text. And then it occurred to me that even if it did hook into the text, let me get a little bit of background tunes here. If it if it even did hook into the game, and I was able to translate the text, how would I be able to put in the commands properly, not being able to read or write Japanese? So I think text parser games are just off the table for me. Ancient text parser Japanese adventure games, which is unfortunate because, like I said, Imitation City, the original, looks pretty damn sweet. But instead, we get this version. This version was made 2 years later. I should also mention, too, that Imitation City, coming out in 1987, actually came out 1 year before Snatcher. And Snatcher being the other, like, really big Blade Runner-influenced adventure game. I found an interview of Hideo Kojima kind of talking a bit about it. He didn't know Jiro Ishii at the time, but he knew of him. And he was working on Snatcher when Imitation City came out and was, I guess, quite surprised that there was somebody else that wanted to make a Blade Runner adventure game when everything else was just Mario. But anyways, this is the remake for Imitation City 2 years later, done by Great. Great. Are they great? I don't know. We'll find out when we play this game. I don't know any other games made by Great. But the remake didn't... I don't think Jiro Ishii had anything to do with this. It's not developed by the same people at all as the original. And you can kind of see that the art style is completely different than the original Imitation City. We've got almost like a 90s anime vibe going on here. But he's got his blaster at the ready with his big super cool sunglasses and his wacky hair. Yeah, the 428 Shibuya Scramble Jiro, exactly, Fail Pantsu. That's who made the original. This Imitation City. Not this one. This one was done by Great. So we will find out how great this game is. Yeah, I guess that's it. I don't really have much to say about it since this is an unknown factor for me. This is just one of the many games, one of the many super awesome games that I've come across recently that I'm excited to play. So, yeah, what do you say we get started? Doo-doo. Nice little fade out there. All right. Doodoo Flatulato, thank you very much for the sub, 5-month sub. Look at this menu. Every one of these PC 88, PC 98 games always have such good layouts, such awesome artistic use of the screen. I would hazard a guess that a lot of times why they do all of this and have such a small sort of window for gameplay is more of a technical thing than it is an actual design thing, but they end up making good use of the screen. I don't know what's going on here with the lady's face on the side, but it's fucking sweet. Let me hook up the text here. So as is the nature of these games, there's the potential to get massively stuck. And then it also being a PC 88 adventure game, there could be a chance of certain scenes that may get me in trouble. So I gotta be ready for that. But you guys ready? Let's play Imitation City. I tried so hard to get the PC 98 version of this game working because the sound is just a slight bit better and the visuals are just a little bit crisper. It's exactly the same game. It's all drawn the same, but the quality is just a little bit better. But for the life of me, I couldn't get it going. Macaw was trying to help me out with it. He said he got it running no problem, but for the life of me, I couldn't get it going. But this is the PC 88 version. This was actually the original version of the game, and it works just fine. It hooks. It hooks. If it has tithering, it's fine. Hello, it's been a while, D. You rarely come to this office. Sorry for calling you so suddenly. How are you feeling? I've been feeling sick lately. Well, I drank Gastro Camera the other day and... Gastro Camera. D. Ugh. This is D talking now. I'm sorry to hear that. Being the head of public security and the director of the Cabinet Investigation Office must be a lot of stress. By the way, Director, you called me in to tell... did you call me in to tell me about your medical condition? Same as usual, D. Alright, let's move on to work. The Prime Minister came here yesterday. Alright, so our actions are up here in the top left. They don't get translated, but I'm pretty sure I know what they are. I was messing around with the game a bit, getting it to work and everything like that. So we've got look, investigate, take, this is talk. Then we've got, I can't remember what those ones are actually. So we'll find out. We've got look. Let's look at the chief. Cabinet Research Office Director, Tatsuzo Saiga. He's my direct boss. It is known as the pocket sword. He is known as the pocket sword of the Prime Minister, Tatsuko Toy. It was an intelligence agency in name only, and its only function was to check on communists. Ah, yes. Okay. All right. So we're after communists, not robots? Maybe we're after communist robots. He's a skilled villain who has turned the Cabinet Investigation Office into an assassination squad under the Prime Minister's direct control. All right. What is this one again? Investigate? Can we investigate the chief? You investigate the chief. D, no matter how close you and I are, I will not tolerate disrespect. All right. The chief doesn't like getting investigated. Haha, well, let's just take this as a joke. Ah, the timer. Thank you, MP. The timer is 5 minutes inaccurate. You don't seem at ease, D. You don't seem like your usual self. Was that because I was trying to take him? So it's got this kind of cool square that lets you know what you can look at and stuff, so you don't have to chase down the background like in some other games, like Marine Filt, the fantastic adventure game by Fairy Tail Marine Filt, everybody's favorite. So we don't have to, like, click on the screen ceaselessly. It'll always highlight what we can interact with. Let's talk with the chief. The fact that the Prime Minister came means IW, Imitation Woman, is the story. That's right. Can I make this text speed up? If the IW is left unchecked at the store, as you know, that person's hatred of IW is pathological. Google Translate. So, do you want me to hunt the IW? Yes. Whose hatred of IWs are pathological? Alright, so if I press 0, it speeds up. What are you gonna do about the terrorist group currently under investigation? J&T will take over that role. Then why me? Why don't you just let J or T do it? No, the Prime Minister told me to be good at it. Besides, you're an expert at IW hunting. A one-man slaughterhouse, that's what they call Deckard in Blade Runner. He's basically Deckard from Blade Runner. This is an order. Okay. So there's IWs running about. And the chief wants us to take care of it because we're the best. The relationship between IW, Imitation Woman, and humans. I don't know how to determine it. Foo, foo, foo. IW is full of beautiful women. It's a good job. Maybe that's his full name. Maybe that's his full name, Dudu Flacelato. So yeah, that's part of like the lore is that these imitation women are just like inhumanly beautiful. That's one of the ways that that you can track down an IW is that they're just they're beautiful, strangely beautiful compared to a regular human. It's a good job, D. Yes. Well, you can't judge on that based on that alone, though. Please pick up the testing equipment from my secretary, Yamashita-kun, later. Testing equipment? It's a new model. Is it reliable? I'm sure the box of the old model is empty. Hahaha, that may be true, but that's fine. In short, the testing equipment only needs to be something that reduces the mental burden on IW hunters. That's it. So, like, the testing equipment isn't foolproof, basically, but it's supposed to lighten the burden on us. IW hunters. D's not happy about it, though. Perhaps the person I'm trying to dispose of is a human. If I can relieve even a little of that IW hunter's anxiety, then the testing equipment will be of great use. That's what I'm saying. I never thought from the beginning that you could understand anything with a toy like that. In the end, it's up to you, IW hunters, to determine whether the suspect is an IW or a human. I never felt anxious when disposing of an IW. I guess so. There was information that an IW imitation woman appeared in Shinjuku Kabukicho. It seems that it is not just one person, but multiple people. She seems to be working at an entertainment-related establishment, but there's no other information. Okay, I'll investigate the rest. This is the IW Demolition Processing Permit Certificate. Simply put, it's the IW Hunter's identification card. Other information is required. Please receive the expenses from the Secretary Yamashita-kun. Now head to the scene. I'll do my best. Alright, what do some of these other actions do? Blow fire throat totem, what's happening? Okay, this is use, so we can use our badge. Please don't use that certificate indiscriminately. With whales and dolphins extinct, Greenpeace and other environmental protection groups now have free time to start protecting IW? What? Well, it's probably a temporary boom, but there's also a civil movement going on. The criticism against IW hunters is getting stronger. Alright, what's this one? Look at the ceiling. That's a large blaster. There are 5 other blasters in this office. They're all aiming at your location, and they're synchronized with my brain? What? What did we do? I can make you full of holes like cheese just by telling me to shoot you. Stop acting like a fool. What did we do to him? We punched the chief. Okay. D punches the chief. Look at the ceiling. It's a large blaster. There's nothing else. This office is equipped with blasters in 5 locations. They're all aimed at your location, and they're all synchronized with my brain. Just thinking I'm going to shoot you turns you into a cheesy hole. You can make fun of me. Stop acting like a fool. Well, we don't want to be a cheesy hole. Just punching the shit out of our boss. What? Stop it. I don't like that kind of joke. Okay. What the fuck button is this? Alright, we'll stay away from that one. We'll stay away from that button. Now excuse me. I asked you to leave already. I left the manager's office and headed to the secretary's office next door. At the desk in the secretary's office was Aki Yamashita, the secretary with the head of the research office. D, what were you talking about? The familiar IW imitation woman. Hunting. Well, I'd like to get the tools for use against IW. What's this? I look at the table clock. It's a clock I don't recognize. It's different from what was left until recently. Surely we'll need to know about that. Autumn Yamashita. She's a smart and talented woman. I have slept with her about 5 times. The manager doesn't seem to have noticed yet. So we're in a relationship with Yamashita. We investigate Yamashita. You can't do this here. We need to avoid mixing business with private life. If the director finds out, he might be reassigned. You might be reassigned. Sometimes it gets weird, right? With like the he, she, and all that kind of stuff. You have to guess kind of what they're saying. It's about the manager. Maybe he's just pretending not to know, but everybody knows. Absolutely not. You seem quite confident. Yeah, I mean, I've been being very careful. Yamashita doesn't want the office to know. Alright, let's talk to her. It seems like the Prime Minister has given an order soon. I'm in a hurry. Please hurry. Hey, hi, yes, this is a blaster. You can't shoot it bang in the streets. The battery can fire 42 rounds in full auto mode. We're not going to war, so this is enough. That's fucking sounds like some hardware. 42 rounds in full auto. Just this insane high caliber handgun. Oh, it's enough. Look at it. Oh, look at the little gun icon. This is a necessary expense. I have 1 million yen in cash. If you need more, I have 20 million in my regular account. So please take it from there. Okay. Well, I don't think I'll spend 1 million. If it's a card, it doesn't have to be bulky. I guess that's the reason. Okay. That's why. All right. So we've got money. We got a gun. This is a euthanasia injection. The IW law stipulates that IWs that don't resist will be given a gentle death. I've never used it before. D, this is legal. I know. It's for the IW who doesn't resist punishment. Running away during arrest is resistance, isn't it? The use of blasters should be allowed against such IWs. That's right. She's agreeing with us that we should just blow people away. No euthanasia shot. This is a communication device. It's a direct line to the director's office. I was told to be sure to contact you once the IW processing is complete. Is that a new type of inspection equipment? Yes, the new type of inspection equipment that has been divided into 3 types. This is an electroencephalogram identification machine that detects abnormal waves peculiar to IW from brain waves. It's called Type A. And this is an electronic interrogator for the IW determination test. It's called a B-type. Connect the terminal to the suspect's head. Lost some text there. Basically use this shit, and D thinks it just looks like a toy. He's not convinced about these newfangled interrogation tools. He'd rather just shoot the suspects. It seems like. This is Type C. This also uses a terminal connected to the suspect's brain. It gives some kind of electrical stimulation to the brain, and apparently the electrical stimulation is felt as pain for an IW. Apparently the pain is more severe than for humans. Why are torture tools finally coming out? If you leave it alone, you won't be able to use it, so just to be sure, the use of these types of testing machines, A to C, is compulsory. I'm being kicked. Be sure to use it before dealing with a murder as IW. The inspection machine records data every time you use it, so if you don't use it, you'll have trouble later. I'll make sure I don't forget. Hey, are you going out today? I told you, it's an urgent an urgent mission. I don't know how many IWs there are, but, well, I'm planning on getting them all done by night. Yes, where is it? Kabukicho. Yes, be careful. I'll see you at your apartment tonight. I'll make dinner and wait. Please don't eat outside. Okay. I'll go home without eating, so she's gonna meet us at home. Anything else? That seems like that's probably it. It's an urgent mission, right? Please be careful when you go. Mac, what's happening? Use the blaster on her. Use the blaster. All right. What? Don't mess around with something like that. Stop. You might explode. Yeah, no point showing her all that stuff. Could punch her. Maybe it's like a friendly sort of jab to the shoulder. What are you gonna do? Even if it's just a joke, if D hits me, I won't get it for free. Stop it. No, that was the one we don't want to pick. Huh. We're lucky. You can't do this here. Let's meet tonight. Alright. Having looked at everything, I suppose I can investigate the phone here. We're examining it. The table clock. The table clock, it is in the shape of a robot. Cuppy, the mascot of the Musashino Exposition, scheduled to be held next year. Alright. Let's move on with our mission. Okay, I'm gonna go get rid of the counterfeits. D, be careful. About 30 years ago, in the latter half of the 20th century... Oh, we're gonna get the lore drop now. Track Zero, thank you very much for the sub. 8 months. Welcome, Track Zero. Good to see you. We're getting into some cyberpunk adventure here tonight. Just in time for the big intro lore drop. About 30 years ago, in the latter half of the 20th century, humanity was at an unprecedented level. I didn't see it. I encountered a crisis as a species. We didn't see it. We encountered a crisis as a species. It was the first time that humanity, which had continued to prosper since its birth, faced the threat of extinction. The crisis manifested itself in a decline in the birth rate of girls. After that, the birth rate for girls continued to decline until several years later. And it became completely zero. Governments around the world tried to use medical technology such as artificial insemination to give birth to girls, but all attempts ended in failure to prevent the human species from becoming extinct from the earth. Frantic research continued in various fields. Finally, biotechnology succeeded in organically synthesizing humans. Mass production equipment was quickly set up, and research institutes around the world began to produce baby girls. This is IW. The imitation woman. In this way, the scientifically created IWs was a creature that was exactly the same as a human, not only in appearance, but also in internal organs and mental structure. The only big difference is that their creator is not God. Rather, it was humans. Exact figures are not known about how many IWs were produced around the world. The big misfortune was for them, the IWs, was that a few months after a new baby was born and the female birth rate began to recover, IWs lost their value as soon as the new baby was born. So they made the world like mass manufactured all of these like android women, and then a couple of months after manufacturing all these android women, babies came back. The cause of the sudden worldwide abnormal birth rate of girls is not known. I don't even know. The fact that women are decreasing worldwide has improved the social status of women for the simple reason that their scarcity value, which continues to this day. 5 years ago, when Ryuko Toei became Prime Minister of Japan, she declared the eradication of IWs. The Prime Minister exclaimed, "The very existence of high-class sex dolls called IW is an insult to all women." When a subsequent investigation revealed that IW did not have the ability to reproduce, their fate was sealed. The Prime Minister Ryuko Toei ordered the Cabinet Investigation Office to hunt down IWs. And that's our job. Oh my god, look at this guy. We've arrived, Kabukicho. Kabukicho's like the the evil part of Japan. It's like the red light district in Tokyo, and I think it has the highest crime rate in all of Japan. I spent a lot of time in Kabukicho when I was in Japan. I came to Shinjuku, Kabukicho, a cabaret club, a soap land, a peep room, the places where IW's imitation women hide are decided. Their final stop must be an entertainment business or a brothel. It's probably some bourgeois perverted old man's toy hanging in his basement. It would be better to listen to this vagrant story before you go, rather than wandering around the city randomly. Let's have a look around. Just looking for the IW. I was just looking for the IW. But they're also communists. Yeah, that's right, Skepticon. The IWs are communists as well. Something like that. That's what the chief said. The entertainment district, this town, which once boasted a thriving sex industry, has fallen into decline since the large-scale IW hunt by government agencies a few years ago. A hysterical old man named Prime Minister says that he has a 10-year plan to shut down this red light district. No, I don't want to investigate. Let's look at this dude. He looks at me with the cloudy eyes of a vagrant, completely insane with drugs and booze. It seems that he's being attacked, the eyes of a madman. What are you doing? Oh, damn it! You're planning on stealing my alcohol. I won't give it to you. Don't try. I need to remember, investigating people isn't just, you know, like, sort of scrutinizing them. It's actually getting your hands on them. That could get us in trouble. Oh, I can try to take his booze. His little pocket booze there. Vagrant takes bottle from his pocket. I won't give it to you! Hey, Nichan. You're an otaku IW hunter, right? Otaku? Hey, you don't want information? Mosquito? It's about IW. Oh, do you want some information? It's about IW. IW, hunter? Me? Why do you think that way? You're the kind of person who would come to a place like this from now on. Hey, you can tell just by looking at you. Also, hey, otakus smell like blood. I can smell the blood of the IWs. Would you like to buy some information? I know that IW is working around here. I want money, you understand? Buy some information from me, Nichan, please. Give him money. He wants money. How about we give him our fist? Punch the tramp in the jaw. Oh, it hurts. Oh, this tooth is broken. Please stop being violent. Well, give me my information then. No, he still wants the money. What if I give him my gun? What if we use the gun on him instead of the money? Oh, I should probably save it. Actually, yeah. Escape to save. Let's get our first save down before I potentially shoot this guy in the face. Use the blaster. No money, only blaster. For a guy like you, this suits me better than money. If a dirty alcoholic old man were to die, no one would care. I don't care either. What'll you do? Either you can tell me the information comfortably here, or I can blow a hole in your forehead and float you in the gutter. Oh, Wow. I see. So you'd rather be in the gutter. All right, no problem. We're just gonna blow him away. I'll make it easy for you. Doc, please help me. I don't know the details either. Oh yeah, that's a lot of information. No, but this is vast Kabukicho. It's a red light district. I can narrow it down to 4 buildings for you. It's great news, isn't it? Trust me. Okay, but if it's a fake story, your life will be destroyed. I obtained information from a vagrant about 4 stores where IW's was apparently hiding. There are 4 stores: Fashion Health, Cabaret Club, Soapland, and Teleclub. I'm going to Fashion Health. That was awesome. We just pulled our gun on him and like forced the information out of him. Surely we could have like actually given the money and also gotten the information. So that's actually really cool though. Like, I wonder how many alternate, answers we can get. How many alternate ways we can deal with the situation. Most adventure games kind of frustrate me, honestly, because the logic is just totally out there. And there's usually just like one answer to solve the problem. And I've noticed with a lot of Japanese adventure games, a lot of the time it's just like click on everything 12 times and then you can move on. Just stupid like flag hunting. Hopefully that's not the case in this game. Give me 1 second. All right. Entered Fashion Health Girls Paradise. There are 2 men in front of the store. Apparently one of them's a store clerk. But no matter how you look at it, he's a gang member. These Yakuza guys. Big man. I guess he's like the bodyguard of the Yakuza. Man in sunglasses. He's an intellectual Yakuza. He seems to be the person in charge of this store. And the building itself. Perhaps because it was early in the day, I didn't see any women inside the store. There seems to be a waiting room for the staff in the back. Alright, we don't want to investigate them. Probably nothing to take. Let's just start talking to him. Excuse me, customer. We're still preparing. I'm sorry, but please come again after 5 o'clock. No, I'm not a customer. Somebody asked me to look for a certain woman. I think the employee's room is in the back. Could you please let me meet the girls in the store? Huh? What's the woman's name? What does she look like? If you let me go inside, I'll look for it myself. It seems that the customer is looking for something special. I don't think you're looking for a normal woman. Customer, you're an IW hunter, right? I'm sorry, but we don't use IW at my store. We'll see. Oh, I see. That's strange. I heard that this store is filled with beautiful women. Oh no, that's true of our shop. It's full of beautiful women. We're proud to be #1 in Kabukicho. I see. Then there must be an IW in there. So only IW can be beautiful. Because it was modeled after a beautiful woman, in this age where women are in the upper class, real beautiful women wouldn't be working in sex shops. Oh, this is the big man talking. Come on, my brother told you not to do it. Damn, you're gonna kill me. He's just getting impatient, I guess. Okay, excuse me. Could you please go away? If we cause a commotion here, it'll be troublesome for the customers, right? I'm sorry, but I'd like you to take over. If you cause trouble here, and the IWs in town will hear the commotion and run away. Okay, I guess he's appealing to our sense as an IW hunter there. He wants us to leave. And he's like, if you cause a commotion, you might lose your quarry. What about the big man? What's he got to say? Get out now. We are not welcome. Show him the gun? Should we show him the gun? As soon as I pulled out my blaster, the two men... Oh, fuck, what happened? The movement was so slow, it made me feel sorry for them. I accurately shot both of them in the forehead. Oh, shit. Just murdering people. Apparently, a police officer on patrol heard the blaster gunfire. Several police cars entered the entertainment district, and the town is in an uproar. There are so many police officers roaming the street. Oh, the IW and others would have already run away from this town. I made a mistake. Game over. So don't shoot everybody. Don't use the blaster on everybody. You got to be careful about that. Wow, a game over. We didn't get arrested or anything like that. It was just we scared off the IWs. Us government agents can get away with murder. All right. Load. Yeah, the mistake was just scaring away the IWs, not murdering the people. I could punch them, but I think that that's not really going to work out too well. Stay away from this. And we're just getting repeats on the dialogue now. Get out now. Alright, let's try to move on. Cabaret Club. Be better to do a bit more research before moving on to the Cabaret Club. Okay, that's alright. They kind of... They kind of make sure that we don't miss anything. So what should I do? Not investigate. Let's try some of these other items. Use my badge. They already pegged me as an IW hunter, so I don't think I need to show my badge. As expected, I am an IW hunter. Maybe they want the payoff. We make a living doing business. That's right, there's no reason to ask customers for money. I can't accept that. And all this other stuff, like that's a syringe full of poison for an IW. The phone? No need to use the communication device. And the other things are like interrogation items. What about the big guy? Does he want some money? No need to spend cash. Oh, he's saying something else here. Holy crap. Alright. Excuse me, customer. I'm still preparing. I'm sorry. Please come again after 5 o'clock. No, I'm not a customer. Somebody asked me to visit a certain woman. Oh, this is the original dialogue here. We already saw all this. Yeah, this is all the same dialogue. Alright. Maybe it'll let us move on now. There are other establishments I found out about from the vagrant who works as a Cabaret Club information agent. He didn't tell us that. Anyways, I walked towards the Cabaret Club. Great. Named after the developer of the game. I entered the cabaret club. Great. There's only one mom in the store wearing crazy makeup. She must be over 40 years old to watch Mama Mama. This woman is definitely human. There are two reasons. One is that IWs can't be over 30 years old. This means that there's no one. This includes the prototype. So the actual IW is pretty much Hitachi? What? Another reason is that this woman is not beautiful. All artificially created women have been adjusted to be beautiful. There's no one in sight except for the mother looking inside the store. This mother must be like a, you know, old lady. He must be saying like old lady. This is investigate. That's look. No, that's take. That's investigate. Look. All right, let's just talk to her. Oh, look at you. Nice guy. But the customers are still... There's no customers right now. It's not business hours. I'm here on business. I'm looking for a girl. Could you please let me meet the girls who work here? Well, they're in the back, but they're sleeping. I don't think Chi-Chi is the girl you're looking for. First of all, there are only 2 girls in our house. Mama talking mama. Anyways, I feel bad for waking up my sleeping girls. Look, 4 years ago, the public security forces wiped out the IWs from the sex shops in Kabukicho. Since then, there has been a shortage of girls in this town. Don't worry, the number of customers is still the same as before. Does that mean the employees are overworked? That's right. It's become difficult for me as a manager. I used a lot of IWs too, and they were all good girls. They were all very talented. They notice things that other people don't, and they don't complain. And she even smelled much more human than a human girl. They would remember my birthday and throw parties for me. When those girls were arrested by the public security, it really brought tears to my eyes. I heard that IWs who are caught by public security are killed with drugs. There's no way that they can attain Buddhahood. but at least they were able to die comfortably. I'm sorry, please come back later. Anyways, you're the type of guy I like. Why don't you stop looking for girls and play with me instead? Oh, don't use the damn blaster. Oh no. We're gonna kill her. What? What's that? How many years do you think I've been doing business here? Even if I'm threatened with a gun, it's nothing. Nice. She's like totally hard-bitten, working in the tough neighborhoods. She's like, gun, I don't give a shit. You know I'm official, right? Let's show her the badge. Yes, you're an IW hunter. I don't have an IW at my shop, so your badge is nothing special. I think you shouldn't show that license to too many people. There are many IW sympathizers in this town, including me. Yeah, she seemed to like her IW employees before they were all rounded up and euthanized. That's punch. We don't want to punch her. We don't want to do that either. Investigate. Investigate the back room. There seems to be a room at the back of the store. No one in sight. Investigate her. Oh, you're interested in me, aren't you? You can touch my body more. This is more dialogue than last time. You can get naked. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll let you meet the girls in the store. I think they're taking a nap in the back room. My girls are live-ins. Hey, next time, please come to this store as a customer. Absolutely. I went into the back of the store. We just had to flirt with her a little bit. I went into the employee nap room in the back. There are two hostesses. I read that as hostages. There are two hostesses in the room. I showed them my certificate and I told them I was an IW hunter. It would be obvious soon, and I wanted to see how the women would react if I revealed my true identity. Is this just gonna be like an interrogation game? Where we just like meet girls and interrogate the shit out of them? Try to expose their being an IW? Yuko Somimizu. The woman I saw introduced herself as Yuko Somimizu, or Shimizu, 24 years old. Of course, she believed exactly what I said. What did you say? Of course, I believed exactly what she said? Maybe that's what it is. This woman introduced herself as Satomi Kuze, 20 years old. She, of course, was assuming that that's assuming that I believed exactly what she said. I'm working harder here than the translator. Investigate? No, let's just talk to him first. What do you need from me, IW Hunter? I'm not an IW, and I've never heard of IWs in this town. That's what everybody says when I ask them, especially the imitations. Alright, same thing. Let's talk to her friend. IW Hunters kill IWs and walk around. It would be more accurate to say that IW Hunters kill IWs and walk on. Why would you do such a cruel thing? Awful? What? Is there a punishment for IW? Yes, it's already been decided. IW was developed to save the human species from extinction. It's not a human. Moreover, it's a failure. It's only natural that it should be disposed of. Cold-blooded. IW is still alive. Disposing of them isn't right. I wasn't the one who decided to treat IW as murderers. It was the collective will of all you women. Women decided that IW is nothing more than high-class sex doll. The IW scrapping movement that took place a few years ago was a symbol of female power. Well, at that time, that's what I thought. Alright, and that's the same dialogue. It's all the women's fault. Investigate them? Nothing in particular needs to be investigated. Nothing to take. Could use things, could punch them. They know I'm an IW. Let's see if giving them some cash loosens the lips. There's no need to use it. Can I interrogate them with the new tools? I could use this guy who is an A-type communication device, and things would be quick. But he doesn't want to use it. I think you're supposed to use them in order as well, so if he's not going to use A-type, then he's not going to use B or C. This face on the left side of the screen is fucking awesome. What does it do? Why is it there? Who knows? Maybe there's some awesome animation that goes on in there when later on in the game. Well, geez, I don't know. We've talked to these girls. There's nothing to examine in the room except for them. Just the two of them. We talked to both of them. We're getting repeats on dialogue, so I guess we just move on. I guess there's nothing about these two that indicate them as IWs. So we've gone to two of the places that the vagrant told us about. 2 to go. We went to Fashion Health, and we're at the cabaret right now, so we need to go to the Soapland. The Soapland, and then the last one was like a telephone brothel or something like that, some kind of telephone line. I headed to the Soapland, Shoujo Yugi. Look at this guy. I entered the Soapland, Shoujo Yugi. There was no customers in the waiting room, but the elderly manager was standing there. I'm sorry, but our store opens up at 6 p.m. It's empty. Looking inside the store, there's a waiting room there. It must be an employee back room. They're hiding out. Everybody's hiding their employees from me. Who's harboring the IWs? Who's gonna get the blaster? The store manager is a gentle-looking old man. He looks better as a bartender at a coffee bar than as a manager of a soapland. Soapland's basically a brothel, for anybody who doesn't know. Investigate? Why am I investigating him? What? Huh? What is it? Yeah, there's no reason to investigate him. I'm just like looking around the building and then all of a sudden just start like going through his pockets. Can we investigate the back room? No. Anything to take? Nothing in particular to take. Unfortunately, I don't earn enough money to pay for such a high-class soapland. I'm not feeling well. I'm looking for a certain woman. Could you please let me meet the girls who work here? I'm Mr. Left. Excuse me, but what's her name? For some reason, I can't tell you her name. I'm sorry, but our employees are not yet at work. Please come back during business hours. I might just have to like explore all these places and then time will like go forward and we can come back and talk to more people. Looks like there's a back room. There's no one there. Please leave. I have nothing more to talk about. We flash the badge. I'm gonna save it. I should save every time before I start going through items. Let's flash the badge. It's official. Oh, I guess you're an IW hunter. I thought so. So why are you obstructing the law? showing it again wouldn't make a difference. Maybe he's got something new to say. I don't have anything to talk about. Punch him. Hit me as much as you want. I won't give in to violence. Well, the last guy that didn't respond to the punches got the blaster. What do you mean? That look in your eyes, you look like you could really kill me. Do you have to go that far? Threatening him. Talk! What do you know? I don't have anything to talk about. Well, that's it. Let's move on. Last one, which is Teleclay. I headed to Teleclay Angel Call. Yeah, there's no IWs to panic, so just blow him away. I should have maybe punched him a few more times, see if like actually like feeding him a beating would have. It seems like D is a pretty extreme cop for sure. He's not even a cop, he's like a government agent. Which probably gives him a lot of leeway as far as what he's allowed to do. Telephone Club Angel Call went bankrupt 2 weeks ago. I threw open the door and entered the store. Looking inside the store, it's pretty clean for a company that's gone out of business. Furniture and valuable items such as telephones were left as they were. It's certain that people come and go here. There was another thing to look at as well, right? The phone. Look at the phone. This is the host's phone. All calls from outside will be connected to this phone. And it's connected to a private room in the back where several children will connect you to the phone? Is that right? A bunch of children in the back room. Alright. I suppose that's not unusual for the Imitation City. Even though the store went out of business less than 2 weeks ago, it looks like it's been used for a long time. It looks like somebody's lived here. All calls from outside. Well, okay, that's the same thing as when we looked at it. Can we take anything? Talk? If calling Hoi Hoi makes an IW come out, IW hunters wouldn't have much work to do. They wouldn't have much trouble. Hoi Hoi! Any IWs around? Ahoy hoi! Punch something. Is that really it? I guess so. Well, we visited all the places. But three of them we didn't get any progress at. We met the girls at the cabaret club, but they didn't seem like they were involved. This place didn't have anything going on about it. I'm kind of suspicious of that old dude at the soapland. He just wanted us to go. He didn't really want to talk to us at all. There's obviously a back room there as well. And then we weren't able to get into Fashion Health either. The Yakuza were guarding the door. Tried to pay him off, but that didn't work. Yeah, maybe some time's passed now. Who wanted time? Oh yeah, the Soapland. That's who wanted time. Let's go to the Soapland again. Yeah, maybe after visiting all the places, that's like a trigger. You again. The woman that you were asking about must be a very important person. Don't have anything to talk about. Let's feed him a few more punches. Hit me as much as you want. I won't give in to violence. No, same thing. Listen, old dude. Talk to me. Just do everything. Process of elimination. Nothing to talk about. Doesn't care about being punched. There's no need to do that, I guess. We did get different dialogue when entering here, though. Let's go back to the Yakuza, I guess. Off to Girls' Paradise. It's the Yakuza from earlier. I don't like it. I don't like you. You're a bastard. Oh, you again. Please come after business hours. We didn't punch them. There's nothing to take. Investigate them. Customer, please stop. If you're too persistent, I won't be able to just laugh it off. Chummy! You wanna die? Looks like the person in charge of the store. Bodyguard for the Yakuza. That's the same thing it said last time. Alright, try the items out. We'll save it. We'll save it in case of a game over. I will punch him. Punch the big guy. Take the big guy out first. Punch big man. Hey, you bastard, what are you doing? Stop. I'm not your enemy. Shaking off his older brother's restraints, the big man became furious and pulled out a small blaster. I reflexively pulled out my blaster and punched a hole in the big man's forehead. Okay, yeah, same thing as last time. So punching just incites a violence. We scared him off. Sweet, like, cyber border for the windows as well. I can't get to the load menu until you get all this preliminary shit. scrolled through. There we go. So punching them and blaster is not good. We did this last time. They already know I'm an IW hunter. All this other shit to the right of the menu there, none of that would mean or do anything for them, except for maybe the cell phone. Maybe I could, like, call the chief for some reason. Using cash. I just said that because you're a businessman, you accepted money for no reason? Is this the same? This doesn't look like the same dialogue. I said I couldn't do it. There's a reason. It's a tip. I like you. That's why I tip. I just can't help but like that gorilla. What? It's not a good idea to try too hard here. You probably know which government agency the IW hunters belong to, right? It would be a loss for the store if you were honest. Or less honest? Less than honest. It would be a loss for the store if you were less than honest. Don't you think? It wouldn't be right for you to go missing because you were sorry about the store's popular hostesses. It's better for you to accept this money. I think we just successfully bribed them into the store. No need to spend cash. Alright, let's try talking to him. Being an IW hunter must be difficult. Hey, I don't think there's an IW in my shop. But if it's just a waiting room, then... If you're just going into the waiting room, then please take a look. Just be sure in case IW gets mixed in. I understand. It's not a crime. You're a well-intentioned manager who was deceived and taken advantage of by a malicious IW. Okay, they're gonna let us in. They're gonna let us in to take a look around, just in case there's some IW happens to be in there. He's a well-intentioned manager. Surely he hadn't intended to keep IWs in there. I'm relieved to hear that. Go ahead. The waiting room is in the back of the room. I entered the waiting room of Fashion Health. There were 3 women in the room. I showed them my certificate and told them I was an IW hunter. I'll find out as I continue to investigate, and I'll see how the women react when I tell them my true identity. Have a look around first. Kazumi Kurihara. This woman introduced herself as Kazumi Kurihara, 25 years old. She, of course, was assuming that I believed exactly what she said. The woman I see introduced herself as Tomi Kyoko, 23 years old. That's, of course, assuming that I believed what she was saying. And the only thing I can look at is the 3 girls. This woman called herself Minako Tokita, 23 years old. We will investigate Tokita. Tokita underwent a simple physical examination, but nothing was learned. Even though they are called androids, IW and humans are physically no different. If you don't use the testing devices, it would be difficult to determine. Can't leave the rest of them out. Kurihara underwent a simple physical examination, but nothing was found, even though that they're called androids. IW and humans are flesh physically. There's no difference. It's difficult to distinguish them without using the equipment. Kyoko Tomi did a simple, I did a simple physical examination. Nothing was found, even though that they're called androids. IW humans, yeah. All right. Well, let's talk to him. We looked him over, told him that I was well, you know what? Let's make this official. Show my badge. They know I'm an IW hunter. There's no need to show it again. Just to make sure. Left to right. Kyoko Tomi speaks. An IW hunter. I'm an IW too. What? Did she just admit to it? We found our first IW, guys. D, the master investigator. Dracula. I think she was like, what, you think I'm an IW? You think I'm a suspect? To be frank, it is what it is. Hey, if I were to be seen as an IW, I'd be killed on the spot, right? I'm human. Hey, is there really an IW in this town? Well, up until a few years ago, there were so many that you could just sweep them up and throw them away. Everyone was mentioned. Or that's what everyone mentioned. Kazumi Kurihara. IW hunters, are you saying that we are suspected? I'm human. I'm not IW. There's no IW who can say for themselves that I am an imitation, Mrs. Kurita. If there was one, my job would be easy. Do you really think that there's IWs among us? It's not a good idea to raise your voice like that. Most IWs are imitations themselves, otherwise. They vehemently deny it. Like what you just did. Such actions will seriously damage the hunter's morale. Probably talking about, like, she's damaging his perception of her. She's making him suspicious. Oh, you're doubting me. He's planning to kill me. He thinks I'm an imitation. Well, we're a professional, so we're not just gonna kill them. We gotta put them through the testing process, right? There are no more imitations in this store, says Tokita. A few years ago, maybe 4 years ago, public security conducted a large-scale IW hunt. 5 people were arrested at that time. All 3 of the girls here have been working since then. There were problems with the way that the public security investigation was conducted at that time. The check was laxed. That's why it was my turn to do the internal research. Oh, you're a ruthless person. No matter how much of an IW hunter you are, it's still a little cruel. Don't you think it's too cruel? You're quite calm. Don't you think you would be being suspected of being suspected as an IW? You're an expert, right? You tell me. Well, you're an IW specialist. If that's the case, you should know that I'm not IW. Yeah, same dialogue. Maybe go back? See if anything's changed after talking to everybody. It reset her dialogue. But this is all the stuff we've seen before. Okay, we looked around, we investigated, we've talked to them. I could punch them. Do a little strong arm tactics. Cabinet Investigation Office Special Investigator who beats up Minako Tokita uses violence against good citizens. It's not possible. We're different from the sadists of public security. It's pros. We're pros. Best of the best. Those regular cops. We're like the AD police. Those regular cops. They're just a bunch of sadists. Stay away from this button on this screen. Yes, could give him some money. Try giving some money. That seems to work pretty good. No need to spend the cash. No need to use it. Huh. That was a professional job, doo-doo Flatulato. I professionally beat the shit out of that guy. Violence is only used as an interrogation tactic. Well, I guess we move on. But to where, really? Like, we've gone everywhere now. I thought we had progress coming in. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? We've run them through the interrogation equipment, of course. They are suspects, after all. If I could use this guy, if I could use this Type A guy, things would be quick. However, it cannot be used unless there's certainty that the subject is an IW. Unlike IW, humans have human rights. So we can't just use it? But how do we know if they're an IW if we can't use the interrogation equipment? We gotta go by our gut. We gotta follow our gut. And my gut says to go back to the Soapland and see if enough time has passed. Because we got results at Fashion Health, we got results at Great Cabaret. It's the Soapland that's kind of stalling us here. You a customer again? The woman who asked me to come look for her must be a very important person. Same shit. View inside the store. This is a waiting room. There must be an employee back room somewhere. I have nothing to talk about. Huh? What is it? We have gotten results by, like, doing actions multiple times. That's how I got into that back room at the cabaret, was investigating the Mama-san. Take. I mean, there's nothing to take. Punch! Let me in! He won't take cash. He won't give in to violence. There's no need to communicate to the boss. Gun doesn't do anything. This dialogue is tripping me out because it seems like I am like it seems like I'm scaring the shit out of him here. It feels like I could pressure him into something. If you look at me like that, it's true. Or the badge. I mean, we already did the badge. Tried bribing him, but it didn't seem. It said that we couldn't even use the money. Is this different? What? 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 Okay, please go in the back. Oh my god. What kind of bullshit is that? I did the exact same shit. Like 7 or 8 times in a row. And then it triggered the... Oh, ah. This is exactly the shit I was talking about earlier with adventure games and just being like, no, you gotta do it like 20 more times and then the flag will like arbitrarily trigger and you can move on. There's 3 employees, including all of my employees are like my daughters. Please don't be too harsh, I beg of you. I headed to the back of the store without answering the manager. Yeah, I just flashed my badge and my gun over and over again. That's what happened. I just flashed my gun and my badge a few times and kept talking to him over and over again. Yeah, that could be true, Skepticon, but like when we arrived and I showed him my badge and gun, it didn't trigger anything. It didn't trigger anything until I did it like a bunch of times. That's the confusing part. I went into the back. It's not like it makes sense. I've shown him the badge and he's like, yeah, you're an IW hunter. And then I threaten him with my blaster to open up the back room and he opens it up. It makes sense, but it's just weird how it happened. I went into the back of the store. There are 3 women in the room. I showed him my certificate and I told him I was an IW hunter. Things you'll know right away. However, I wanted to see how the women would react if I told him my true identity. This seems to be his regular process. The woman you see calls herself Mikiko Shidara, 25 years old. This woman you see introduces herself as Ryoko Shibuya, 21 years old. Keiko Yuki. This woman calls herself Keiko Yuki, 20 years old. Did a simple physical exam to find out about Keiko Yuki, but what I learned was there was nothing. Even though androids, they're androids, IWs are physically no different from a human. Yeah. Surely they'll all say that. Yeah. Anything to take? Let's start talking. I've received information that IWs are working in this town. Do you have any idea? Well, I don't know. I don't care about anything, no matter how small. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Quick interrogation there for Ryoko. You're asking if IW has any idea. So sorry. You don't really care about things like that. Really? I don't care if it's just a small thing. For example, it doesn't seem like she's using birth control even though she's doing this business. I'm sorry, I've never cared about other people. I'm not doing this because I want friends. I'm doing this job because of money. Keiko Yuki speaks. I heard that IW is working at this store. Oh, that was me. I heard that IW is working at this store. And Keiko says, are you doubting us? There's one person at this store. One other person at this store. More than 0 daughters are working. It's weird that we're the only ones here who have doubts. It's not weird. The 3 of you work as live-ins at this store, right? That's why you don't go out. That's why you're less likely to be seen. But we see a lot of customers. From a man's point of view, a soapland lady isn't a real woman. It doesn't matter if you are deaf or IW. She should be a beautiful and good-natured girl. Women these days are hysterical and violent. It's safe to say that men never accuse IW. It's also shown in the internal data. If you look at the men of the world, IW is better than the original woman. Oh, Keiko didn't like that. That's the biggest reason why women hate IW. And this is just the same. Save it, put the save down, and then go through the items. There's no need to use the blaster. I agree. Money. What about the interrogation stuff? I don't think any of these people have exposed themselves to the level the game seems to want for us to use the interrogation equipment. If I could use this type of things, my job would be faster. Punch them up? Nah. Is that it? Yeah, everybody's just kind of repeating the dialogue. Huh. So we've met the girls of the Soapland, we've met the girls of the, what was it called, Fashion House or whatever, and we met the girls of the Cabaret, and none of them seem to be suspicious. The only thing left is that teleclub, but the teleclub... There wasn't really much going on at the teleclub. Hi, Loken, what's happening? Definitely, yeah, that has definitely been the case, for sure. It's that last little bit of text, you know. I don't know much about the Japanese language or anything like that, but it seems like things need to sort of be together for it to make sense. It's not like English where you could remove a word and it wouldn't necessarily destroy the sentence, but it's pretty good. I'm getting the gist of it for sure. I think the translation's good. Yeah, I mean, the teleclub is really the only other place, right? Can't use any of the items here. These girls are just repeating the words. Fashion Health, that's what it was. We could go back to Fashion Health. And go back to the cabaret. But we did get results at all those places. We met people. We still haven't done anything at the teleclub. Nothing's happened to us at the teleclub. Let's go back there, see if we can discover something at Teleclub Angel Call. Looking inside the store, the atmosphere is somehow different from the last time I came here. Did someone enter the room after I came? Oh, we're getting new dialogue. I look at the phone. The receiver is in the opposite direction from the last time I looked at it. It looks like somebody came here. Investigate the phone. I checked the phone. The receiver was in the opposite direction from the last time I looked at it. It looks like somebody came here. Just as I was about to check the phone, the bell rang. I thought for a moment and then picked up the phone. A mechanical voice echoes from the other end of the phone. Yukiko, it's me. You're still lazing around there. Hurry up and run away. IWs. What? IW... You told me to go there. Have you informed everyone yet? Yukio, what's wrong? Yukio. You are not Yukio. Around, the IW hunter is coming, so be careful. Okay, I think the person on the phone is trying to warn this Yukio person that we're looking for them. D's just like, I'm here. The IW hunter's coming. You better look out. Huh. I never expected IW and the others to have an emergency contact network. I didn't know that. IW Hunter, you killed Yukiko. Unfortunately not yet, but it's too early to get complacent. I'll find you right away and get rid of you. Oh. You said everyone earlier, as expected. IWs are... There's more than one IW. I'll kill all of the IWs in the nest that is this town. Why are you saying that? What did IWs do to humans? Why don't we kill all the IWs? Why do you kill all the IWs who are running around in fear? A strange electronic sound rang out from the other end of the receiver. I have no grudge against IW. I'm not killing IW out of personal grudge. It's my job. Have you ever felt sorry for the IWs? Have you ever hesitated to kill them, even for a moment? No, the disposition of the IWs is determined by law. Good. As a citizen, it's not only natural that you should abide by the law. That's right. In that case, I'll warn you. Stop hunting IW now. Continue to hunt IW, and it will lead to your own destruction. I have pity on you, trying to threaten me. The phone hung up. Apparently there's an organization working to rescue IWs. However, I could hear it during the call. We've exposed the IW Underground Railroad. What was the electronic sound? Investigate the phone again. Look at the telephone. The receiver's in the opposite direction from the last time I looked at it. It looked like somebody came here. What was the beeping? Take. Talk. Can I talk to somebody on the phone? Calling hoy hoy. Punch. That's not going to do anything. Can I update the chief? No. Alright, we leave. When I was about to leave the room, I heard a small noise in the back of the store. It's IW, come out quietly, or... Oh, what's going on? Do you want me to fire blaster? Do you want me to fire my blaster? Come out now. There was no reply. I pulled out my blaster. 3 things come out while I'm counting. I'm gonna count to 3 and then I'm gonna start blasting. 1, 2. A young woman came out of the guest room with her hands raised. Don't kill me! Please don't shoot me! I'm not an IW. I'll make the decision from now on. Did you finally find one? This woman must be an IW. The Yukiko mentioned earlier on the phone. Oh shit. Oh, sad face. The woman who came out of the back looked like a girl in her teens. Is this one an imitation? Yukiko, you're that. What are you doing here? Oh. Damari. Well, it's fine. I'm IW. Okay, D. Whatever you say. No, I'm not an IW. It's true, my name is Yukiko Shirase, but... You say you're not an IW. I'm sure you understand, but I'm an IW hunter. If you don't admit that you're an IW, I must examine whether you're human or not. This IW examination method is like torture. For the test subject, it's nothing but shame and pain. Oh god. It's better for you to admit that you're an IW. That's what I think. I'm human! I don't know, guys. What do you think? Is she human? Let me confirm. You're a human being, not IW. Are you claiming that? That's right. I will now explain the IW examination method. The examination consists of 2 types of tests. One is the brainwave test. When we do this test, we ask that the test subject get naked. Well, why do I have to get naked to check the brainwaves? It's stipulated in Article 22 of the IW law. Oh, it's part of the law. It's meant to cause psychological damage to the test subject. Flame Blow. What's Flame Blow? What's happening? Yeah, this main character, I don't know about him. It's meant to cause psychological damage to the subject. It was also used at Auschwitz. Even those who are naked cannot believe how naked they are. They just can't believe it. Makes me feel weak. Let's look at her for a second. Yukiko Shirase has a pale face. Her legs also seem to be shaking slightly. I don't even need to judge it. She's probably an IW. Well, yeah, her legs are shaking. You're talking about stripping her naked and torturing her. Like, holy shit. Investigate? She's probably an IW. She might as well be a toaster. No rights for IWs. Yeah, just keep talking to her, I guess. You don't know anything. It's about having sex with IW? That's right. The biggest difference between IW and human women is their ability to give birth. To IW, it's widely known that there is no reproductive capacity. However, it's 100% IWs can have babies. It's 100% miscarriage or stillbirth. It's an experimental data obtained from over 2,000 IWs, so it's reliable. Originally, subjects were artificially inseminated, and either a fetus was born or a miscarriage occurred. It would be best to make a judgment based on whether or not they do so, but unfortunately neither the public security nor the internal affairs investigation have the budget or manpower to do so. The recent research has discovered another major difference. Sex in big capitals. It was the ecstasy during sex. Human women feel ecstasy, but IWs do not. Another test is to discover this difference. Why don't you just admit that you're an IW right now? That way I can save myself a lot of work, and you don't have to take a humiliating test. All you have to do is resist. Don't resist, and I'll give you a peaceful death. I'm going to undergo the examination. I'm a human. A human. You're an idiot. Okay, take off your clothes. All of them. Okay, Yukio began to take off her clothes. Alright, alright. Insert disc C into drive 2. Let's preempt this here a bit, just in case. Well, Yukiko Shirase obeyed my orders and became completely naked. But she isn't, though. She isn't. Actually, this is... That's still safe. We will now carry out IW examination. If you resist or run away during the examination, you will be shot and killed as an IW. Also, if you are found to be an IW as a result of the examination, you will be disposed of on the spot. A powerful drug. I will inject it under the skin. It won't be painful. You should die in your sleep. So if you run, you get the blaster, but if you chill, you'll get the injection. Yukiko remained silent and nodded. How are you feeling? From now on, you will be tortured in the name of IW examination. Why don't you just admit that you're an IW? Yukiko didn't answer, looking down at the floor. We're watching her for any suspicious movements. She has beautiful proportions, however, I feel sorry for Yukiko Shirase, but her beautiful body only adds to the IW suspicions. Examining the body won't be helpful. Alright, I guess we go through the interrogation items. They keep using the word torture, but that's not what it made it sound like when we were given the items by the secretary at the beginning of the game. It sounded like it was more like a brainwave process or so. Oh no, the C. I remember the C tool, the secretary said, would cause IWs pain, not humans. But IWs are very sensitive to pain or something. We use A type to begin with. Type A is used. This is something that detects abnormal waves in the brain. IW's brains generate more abnormal waves than humans. It's very Blade Runner. I connected the terminal to Yukiko's temple. Turn on the switch. A waveform began to appear on the display. Abnormal waves are occurring at 130% higher than the average human value. As expected, Yukiko Shirase is an IW. It's as easy as that. You want to know the results? Yukiko did not answer. Do we really got to go down the list? This guy apparently scans the test subject's brain and sends questions directly to the brain. But it's a bit annoying, so I won't use this guy. Yeah, MP, I was mentioning there at the beginning that I came across like an interview of Kojima talking about Jiro Ishii and Imitation City, the original version that Jiro Ishii worked on. Jiro Ishii didn't work on this one. This is like a remake by a completely different company. But the original Imitation City was done by Jiro Ishii, who's done some pretty popular adventure games, though I don't really know much about it. But yeah, I came across an interview of Kojima talking about him and how the original Imitation City came out 1 year before Snatcher. So he was in development of Snatcher when Imitation City came out, and Kojima, I guess, was pretty surprised somebody else wanted to make a Blade Runner inspired adventure game, particularly when everybody was going like Mario crazy and shit. So D doesn't want to use type B because it's annoying. So he's just skipping type B interrogation process and going straight to C, which is the torture device. This is a device that sends a special... My finger's on the sensor button. This is a device that sends a special weak electric current to the brain. IWs seem to be able to feel the pain to a greater degree than humans. Well, just think of it as a physical torture tool. I said to Yukiko. A terminal was connected to the temple. The tip of the terminal is... It has countless needles attached to it. I'm going to stab it into her forehead. Yukiko twisted her face in pain. This alone is painful, isn't it? From now on, we will turn on this device. An electrical current will flow through the brain. That pain is unimaginable. Why don't you just admit that you're an IW? I'll let you die easily. Yukiko didn't answer. I turned on the switch. Gago, gwa. Yukiko rolled her eyes. Her body is vibrating little by little. It's like she can't even scream. Jesus. I turned off the switch. It would be easier to die. Admit that you're an IW. Yukiko shook her head. Use it again. Yukiko body's vibrates. I turned off the switch. Why don't you admit that you're an IW? I know that you're an IW. Well, it seems pretty conclusive, but Type C cannot be used. There's a possibility that the subject will die from the shock if used any longer. Better stop. Okay, what do we do now? Just blow her away? No, well, we can't blow her away. Maybe use the syringe on her. I'm gonna talk to her first. You're stubborn. You'll regret it. I mean, is that it? Can we use the syringe now? No need to use it. Use a bit more of a personal touch, maybe. There's no need to punch Yukiko Shirase as long as Yukiko is calm and undergoing the examination. IWs don't know if they're IWs. Yeah, it's not like Blade Runner where the replicants are like aware, except for like the super sophisticated ones. Yeah, it seems like IWs have no idea that they're IWs. They're so close to human beings. They're so perfectly crafted that they don't know. I think Yukiko truly believes that she is human, or wants to believe, anyways. So we can't punch her. Oh my god. That only leaves this. That's the only button left, or just the blaster. But if we can't use the syringe, I don't see how we'd be able to use the blaster. Yeah. Oh my god. He totally did say that was like a method of interrogation as well for IWs, right? Like having sex with them, because then they can't feel ecstasy, they can't orgasm. So you bang an IW and then you find out whether they're a human or not. That's just fucked. All right. Let's preempt this a bit. Oh my god. As a result of the test so far, that they show that you're an IW, but there's no conclusive evidence. The decisive factor is your own confession. If you do not confess here, I will not only have sex with you, or I will have sex with you. We're gonna move on to that test. Is that okay? Yukiko nodded weakly. I wonder why. IWs always refuse to admit that they're IWs. It just prolongs the pain. I picked up Yukiko's body. Oh, Jesus. Now it's clear. Yukiko Shirase, you are an imitation. Holy fuck. Is that sensor working? Good. That's right, I'm IW. But what's the difference between IW and humans? There's no difference between them. Why should I be killed just because I was created as a human? Why should I be treated in such a humiliating manner? Do I have to receive it? What did we, IW, do? We weren't just running around in fear of humans. Have there been fewer women? You created IW, and then you killed IW because the number of women are just having a full conversation while this shit's going on. Because the number of women increased. We are humans. I'm a human being just like you. Before I dispose of you as an IW, there's something I'd like to ask you. Isn't that the phone call? Weren't you supposed to receive that phone call earlier? Who is the caller? It's one of our means of self-defense. What's wrong with trying to protect your own life? I want to live too. I want to live. Now that I'm here, I want to be happy. I see. So they were getting information from somewhere and sharing information about IW hunters. So I guess they have some acquaintances. Oh, are you asking me to sell out my compatriots? I mean, if I do that, will you spare my life? I don't think that Dee's gonna let her go. Will you help me? Will you help me? Huh? You watch too much TV. I'm an IW hunter. No matter the reason, IW hunters never miss an imitation. If you kill me, you won't know where the other IWs are. I won't talk. As you please. Even if it looks like this, I'm a professional. Right, don't worry. You can find. I'll find them by myself. I'll get the others. And they'll follow you right away. It must be lonely for you to go to hell alone. Give me your right hand. Help me, please help me. Put your right hand out. It'll be over in a minute. Oh, he's trying to give her the injection. Yeah. Yukio runs away completely naked. She seems to prefer the blaster to subcutaneous injection. Look at this. Is butts okay? Butts are okay, right? It's just kind of a cool shot, that's all. It's just sort of a cool picture. Yukio screamed and ran towards the door. He said, I missed a little bit of dialogue there. Yeah, Yukio runs away completely naked, seems to prefer the blaster to subcutaneous injection. Yukio screamed, ran towards the door. The movement seemed extremely slow-mo to my eyes. She's a stupid woman. Why doesn't she accept that she's an IW and choose an easy death? She said she would let him choose how he would die? What? What's happening, Macaw? What's up? What's going on, man? What's happening, everybody? Welcome. Welcome. We're playing Imitation City, the remake of Imitation City by great Cyberpunk adventure game. We've just come across an IW. We're an IW, an imitation woman is what IW stands for. We're an IW hunter. We're purely professional. This is professional business we're doing here. Vincent, thank you very much for the follow. OmniGamer, thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Macaw. Good to see you. Yo, Norms, thank you for the follow. There's no need to commit. Well, there's really only one thing. Well, can we look? Can we look around? Look at Yukio Shirase run out into the street naked and wonder where you're going to run away to. In this entertainment district. Alright, there's only one thing to do. She's chosen her fate. Use the blaster. I aimed at the back of Yukio's head and she collapsed with a scream. I'm just gonna put the sensor up just in case it gets crazy. Okay. Pretty good call. It's necessary to confirm the corpse of IW, Yukio Shirase. Can I move? Oh no, not that, not that. Move in the background by mistake. Let me just move the sensor to the side here just a little bit. There you go, that's what happened. You guys can see. Deaded. We need to confirm the corpse. Yukio Shirase. Looking at Yukiko, her eyes were open and she's dead. Investigate. Dead, there's no need to check. Careful, Crab, thank you very much for the follow. Macaw, how was Illusion of Gaia, man? That was incredible streaming there. Illusion of Gaia is like such a wicked game. I remember it got me really interested in a lot of like historical shit. I still want to go to Peru and check out the Nazca lines just because of Illusion of Gaia. Illusion of Gaia is cool shit for sure. So what do we need to do here? Oh, that's punch. What am I doing? Hitting a dead body isn't really a good hobby. All right. Call it in? Do we call it in with the phone? Investigation room. This is D. We have disposed of the IW. The location is Telenet Angel Call in Kabukicho. Please dispose of the corpse. So is that it? I've already contacted them using the communication device. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to do. No one's here. It's just a bunch of imitation corpses lying around. Can we take anything? Nothing in particular to take. All right, we move. We move. I don't know where we go to. This was at the Telenet. She didn't come from the Soapland either. This isn't any of the girls we've met so far, Yukiko. Let's go... Shit, I don't know. Let's go to the Cabaret Club. It's a nice quiet place, and it's named after the developers. Insert disc B into drive 2. Iron Star 7, thank you very much for the follow. And Rabid Rodent, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Insert disc B into drive 2. Alright, we can get rid of this now. We can't talk to Mama-san, though. It just immediately brings us to the back room. Oh, Yukiko Shirase's death should give me new material to judge these others. This game kind of just seems like so far we just interrogate. It's like an interrogation simulator or something. We already looked at him. Let's talk to him. As expected, IW was mixed into this town. Yes, it had nothing to do with me. She was a woman named Yukiko Shirase. Do you know her? I've never heard of her. Alright, that's the same dialogue. I just disposed of an IW that had slipped into the town. Is it true? It's an imitation named Yukiko Shirase. She was hiding in a defunct telephone club. So, did you kill her? She tried to escape, so I shot her. Same dialogue. These two girls aren't suspicious, like, really at all. They're kind of normal. There's nothing in the dialogue or the investigation so far that is, like, implicated these two in the least. So we could punch them. Use the blaster. But I think that's pretty much all we can do here for now. Let's move to... It's Fashion Health or the Soapland. Let's go to Fashion Health. This was the place we started with. This was the first location we were investigating. Went straight to the Fashion Health waiting room. Had these like sweet Yakuza dudes in the front that were like guarding the door, but we bribed them and then kind of threatened them a bit, and they let us in. Yukiko Shirase's death should give us new material to judge. Minako Tokita speaks. I just came here to get rid of IW by myself. She was hiding in a collapsed telephone club. She was a woman named Yukiko Shirase. Minako has nothing to say about it. What's wrong, Tokita-san? You look pale. Sintzer, thank you very much for the follow. Oh yeah, we try to stay away from that button, Zalazar. Unfortunately, it seems like it's necessary to progress in some instances, like moments before. Unfortunately, or fortunately, maybe for some, I don't know. What's wrong, Tokita-san? You look pale. Oh, Tokita looks pale. Either she's just kind of scared about the happenings in the area, us killing that girl, or there's something more sinister going on. Sinister? The IWs don't even seem bad. Like, there's nothing bad about this. The IWs were worse than the IWs. But D's a professional, so he's very cold-hearted about it. His mentality on the whole thing is that they might as well be toasters, or they're just like an appliance, basically, that needs to be junked. An appliance that just happens to look like a human and bleed and share all the same organs and thoughts and emotions. I just came here to get rid of an IW by myself, was hiding at Class Telephone Club. Yukiko Shirase. Kazumi says, you seem to enjoy murder. Kazumi looked at me with hatred in her eyes. It's a strong reaction. Is Kazumi an IW? Or is she like the Greenpeace guys? Yeah, earlier it mentioned that Greenpeace is busy protecting IWs because all the whales and dolphins are dead. Are you just feeling sorry for IWs? I don't know, guys. Kazumi could be part of Greenpeace. Does Greenpeace get the blasters as well? Is that the fate of all Greenpeace members? I just came here to get rid of an IW by myself, hiding in a collapsed telephone club. I was observing Kyoko, but I didn't see any signs of upset. I'm an IW named Yukiko. She was an IW named Yukiko Shirase. Do you know her? I don't know. You said you disposed of her. But you came and killed her. Killing is a word used for humans. I think it would be appropriate to say dispose or dismantle for IW. I feel sorry for the IWs too. They didn't do anything wrong. I can't see her reaction. Isn't Kyoko an IW? He suspects Kyoko. Did she know Yukiko Shirase? Or is she just cleverly hiding her upset? I mean, I don't feel like that really implicates her. Not enough to use the interrogation items. Yeah, this is going to tell me that we can't use it right now, right? Yeah. It would be easier if I could use this, but humans have rights. Kind of tempted to just move on. It really doesn't seem like after the first looking around and investigations there's any extra information. We haven't ever found anything that we can take. So, yeah, like punching them, I don't even think it'll let us punch them. I think it talks about how, yeah, special investigator from the Cabinet Investigation Office who beats up Kyoko Tomi you can't use violence against good citizens. They are different from the we are different from the sadists of public security. Yeah, I guess just move on. So the girls at the cabaret club didn't really throw up any red flags. These girls are definitely suspicious, all three of them, but nothing to really implicate them as IWs. So we'll move to the Soapland, I guess. Soapland has 3 other girls. Changed location. We're headed to the Soapland Shoujo Yugi. Went straight to the room where the employees were. IW. Yukiko Shirase's death should give me new material to judge. Alright. Roko Shibuya speaks. I'm currently dealing with IW by myself. It was a woman named Yukiko Shirase. Well, it doesn't have anything to do with you, but... That's right, it doesn't really matter. She just doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Mikiko Shirata. Shitara. Finally, I found IW. Looks like they were using a collapsed telephone club as a hideout. Oh, that's great. Now your mission's complete. However, it seems like there's still more imitations in this town. It doesn't look like my mission will be over anytime soon. Alright. And Keiko Yuki. I've just finished dealing with an IW named Yukiko Shirase. Do you know a woman called Yukiko? I don't know any girl named Yukiko. Another dead end in the dialogue. Keiko Yuki. She doesn't seem upset. And I think that that's supposed to be suspicious. Her being a robot and stuff. I think that that was something they mentioned, being a suspicious trait, is if they don't show emotion when they should. Doesn't seem upset. Doesn't seem upset. I'll investigate them all. Yeah, this is the same information we got before when we investigated them. Physical examinations don't give any details because IWs are physically no different from a human. It would be difficult to determine without using the testing equipment. And I can't just use the testing equipment until we're pretty sure that they're an IW. Really? No extra dialogue? Oh! No, that was the same as last time. For a second there, I thought that was new dialogue. Okay, so... we've talked to him, we've looked at him, we've investigated... Save it before I use my items, because weird shit can happen with the items. We shot some people in the street and got a game over earlier. It's the only game over we've had, but we shot some humans by mistake. So, It probably won't even let us use the blaster, though. Yeah. Can't use the blaster. Man, I hope we don't run across a really nasty trigger like earlier as well, where I was just sort of fumbling around in the menu, and after we like smashed the guy with our badge and gun repeatedly, he finally talked to us. That kind of shit is so hard to figure out. And I hate the feeling of just like flailing in these adventure games, but so often that's kind of what you got to do to progress. Just like mash everything until something works. And they won't let us punch them because we're too professional for that. Alright, no information at the cabaret, no information here at the Soapland, no information at Fashion Health. Everybody's kind of stonewalling us. Can't imagine that there's anything to do at the Teleclub, right? Yeah, don't need to go to the Teleclub anymore. Yeah, anybody curious about the lore of the game too, they can click the lore scroll there, and it'll bring up the basic storyline of the game. Pretty sure I set up the lore for this game. Sorry, I'm like super neglecting chat because I'm just like engrossed in adventure game. What's up, everybody? Everybody enjoying Imitation City, I hope. It's a pretty crazy game so far. Yeah, I mean, let's move on. I don't know, let's move back on to Fashion Health. They were pretty suspicious there at Fashion Health. There's something I'm missing here. Then Device D. Yeah, I mean, that kind of seemed like it was going to be a thing that we would go back to our house and meet the secretary, our girlfriend, but there's no option to move there yet. Maybe that comes later. Yeah. So what do we want to do here? Let's look. Let's look them over. We'll just go through everything. Kyoko told me there doesn't seem to be any particularly noticeable reaction. However, it may be that they're only glossing over the surface, and the IW has the same mentality as humans. Maybe asking for tea itself is wrong? Doesn't seem to be a particularly noticeable reaction. Nothing special. That's sort of a strange comment. The other two got the exact same dialogue options, and then this one said something different. It's just going to be the regular physical examination dialogue. Nothing to take, I'm guessing. Got that Barai song stuck in my head. Go your way, oh whoa. Pudmuddle, thank you very much for the follow. The game doesn't let us do stuff that we're not allowed to do, it seems so far. Dementia Praecoxtra. Akius 1976, thank you very much for the follow. Earwig is in your veins. That sounds like some Geiger shit. Thank you very much for the follow, Earwigs in your veins. True, that's very true, Doodoo Flatulato. I did game over when shooting the Yakuza, so maybe I just don't even know what I'm talking about. That sounds pretty likely. Killing's a word used for humans. Does she just sympathize with the IWs like the Greenpeace guys? She seems shook. Like she's shook up. For sure. Tokita-san, you look pale. Yes. Find the right trigger. Maybe I shouldn't be speeding through the dialogue like that, because I was speeding through the dialogue a whole bunch with that Soapland guy, and then when I just let the dialogue like flow naturally, the trigger happened. That would be so stupid if that was actually a thing. Zarkov, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, can't punch them. Can't punch them right now. We're different from the sadists in public security. I mean, guns not gonna do anything. At this point, if you show them your blaster, there'll be an uproar. They know I'm an IW hunter. My badge does nothing. No need to spend cash. Yeah, can't use that yet. So she said she was pale. So maybe if we look at her now. Minako stiffened and stared at the floor. There's tears in her eyes. This is it. This is an IW, no doubt. I think we found another one. Another toaster. Time to take out the trash. Miss Minako Tokita, you are suspected of being an imitation woman. According to Article 31 of the IW Act, you must now undergo an IW examination. If you refuse, you may run away during the examination. If you do, please contact IW. What? She can't run away, and if she does, I'm gonna shoot her. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Minako Tokita nodded silently. Tomi-san, Kurita-san, I'm sorry, but this club... Please, leave. From now on, I will examine the IW suspect. Minako Tokita, Thank you for your cooperation thus far. Mina-chan, that's it. Wait, Minako is different. I chased them out of the room as they looked at Minako Tokita with concern. Disk C into drive 2. I better put a save down as well after I insert this disk. Minako Tokita, you are suspected of IW. The IW examination is performed to determine whether you are human or an imitation. If you resist or run away during the IW examination, you will be shot on the spot. In addition, if you are found to be an IW as a result of the examination, the examination process based on the method. Nice. What? You understand, Minako? Yes. Then take off your clothes and be naked. Minako silently began to take off her clothes. I mean, this one's pretty safe, but I don't want to get in trouble with it, so I'll just leave it, just in case. It's not as safe as the last one. The last one, they were like stripped naked, but she still had her clothes on. Minako Tokita didn't even show any signs of resisting and was incredibly obedient. Oh yeah, I do want to put a save down. So let's save it. And we'll look first. Minako Tokita does not cry or yell, but calmly follows instructions. It's rare to find an imitation that requires so little effort. I don't think she's trying to make me let down my guard by acting quiet. No point in examining the body. Nothing particular to take. Is there anything in the back of the room? No. So we'll give her a talk. We'll do the preliminary examination, the preliminary interrogation, I should say. She's quite quiet, isn't she? I can't say that she's had an idea. Minako didn't answer. Well, I guess we just go straight into the interrogation then. A. Minako using certificate... Nope, that's all nonsense. Wait, please wait. Minako said this when I was about to use the testing equipment. Wait. Alright, what do you want? I tried talking to you, you didn't have anything to say. What's the matter? Are you admitting that you're an imitation? Yes, I admit it. I'm an IW. You must admit it honestly. If you had told me that from the beginning, it would have been easier for me to work. I'm tired of running around. I looked into your eyes. And at that moment, I thought there was no way I could escape. Also, the only choice left for me is to die comfortably or die in pain. You're clever! And I've never let an IW escape. Before I deal with you, there's something I want to ask you. The teleclub where I found Yukiko Shirase received a strange phone call. The call came to Yukiko, and it said that IW hunters are on their way, so she should run away. They must have known Yukiko. Who was the person on the phone? Why is the information leaking? It's true that Yukiko and I were friends, but I don't know anything about the woman on the phone. Yukiko was always the one receiving the calls. Yukiko was in charge of receiving information and contacting all the IWs in this town. Yukiko was probably on that phone too. I don't think I knew the identity of the person who was talking. Huh. Well then, the telephone thing's fine. I want you to reveal the names and locations of all the IWs hiding in this city. Didn't she just say she didn't know? Of course, as long as you know. If I don't confess that, won't you just let me die easily? Usually, yes. I'll connect testing equipment to your brain. I'll start talking about things I don't know. But I can't say that much, even if I'm tortured. Well, it's fine. You didn't have to worry about it. That's all for the interrogation. I'll let you die. I'm gonna give you the injection now. Use syringe. This is a euthanasia injection. You can die without pain. I inserted the needle of the syringe into Minako's arm. Why did she take off her clothes if if she was just gonna, if she just admitted and we were just gonna give her the injection? The whole taking off the clothes thing was to like use that equipment on them properly, right? The interrogation tools? No? Oh, that's right. They also said he also said that it's for psychological torture. Get them to strip so it fucks their brain up. Oh man. Can I... Look at that. It's happening! Minako is holding a cross to her chest and muttering something in her mouth. She's probably in prayer. It's over. You should be able to die in your sleep in a few minutes. Are you praying that you can go to heaven? Why do humans try to kill us imitations? We can't produce descendants, and even if we leave IW alone, even if you leave IWs alone, they'll become extinct. The IWs have the same kind of thing as like replicants in Blade Runner. Earlier, D mentioned that they can't live beyond 30 years old or something like that. Their whole existence is their whole reason of being. The IWs was to be young, beautiful women to be able to how do you say, birth, basically, because like the birth rate in the world completely collapsed. Women couldn't have children anymore for like 30 years or something, so they built imitation women so that they could, you know, continue to propagate the human race, basically. But then they found out that after they manufactured thousands of imitation women, they maybe tens of thousands, they found out that imitation women can't have babies either. And then all of a sudden the birth rate was fine again, like a couple of months after making the imitation women. So the prime minister, who was a female, she declared imitation women to be disposed of because they were mere sex dolls. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Why do humans try to kill us imitations? We can't produce descendants, and even if we leave IW alone, they will become extinct. Well, you must be an eyesore. I wonder if we, the IWs, were born just to be killed. Ugh. To help imitation, I give you this cross. Minako took a deep breath as if she was sleeping. I'll gratefully accept your favor, and I think I can use that cross to bring out the IW. I laid Minako Tokida's corpse on the sofa and folded her hands. I didn't even know why I did that. Oh, are we turning? Are we gonna turn? Let's call this one in. No need to use the communicator. I thought we had to call in all of our kills. Minako Tokita. Looking at Minako's face when she died, she looked peaceful. Her face looked peaceful as she died. Oh, we take the cross. There's nothing special you need to take the cross? What? Nothing in particular to take. I thought we were supposed to take the cross, though. Maybe we did. Even when Minako Tokita talks... When I talk to Minako Tokita, no one responds. Kick the lousy IW on the way out. We really don't call it in? No, I guess not. Well, that's 2 down. Oh, there's still a lot to do, apparently. Do we have to... we probably got to look at the cross, right? It's engraved with Minako looking at the cross. Engraved with Minako. Can we take it now? Did we have to look at it to take it? I took Minako Tokita's cross. Yes, you can't take it without looking at it. Fucking adventure games. If you show the imitation this cross, it should show some sort of reaction. Alright. So that was probably it. Now we can move on, I bet. Cabaret Club. Soapland. The Soapland girls were kind of suspicious as well. Those Cabaret Club girls, I don't think that they're imitations. But just to rule them out, we'll go to the Cabaret Club first. Cabaret, great. Insert disc B to drive to. Yeah, need that full frame dead naked girl for sure, right? Okay, we can get rid of this. What's next? Actually, just let me get up real quickly and go to the bathroom. I will be right back. 2 seconds. Need to get a whiskey or something like that for this hard-boiled late-night gaming. This is a emulator that is hacked to be able to talk to a translation program called Textractor. Skepticon. Pretty awesome shit. I think all of this is... It's very, very cool, very interesting technology to me. It's opened up a whole world of video gaming that I kind of really never knew anything about. And I definitely want to dive in deeper into these kind of games. Yeah. Man, there's one adventure game I really want to play. But it's a text parser game. One of those kind of games where you gotta type in the action to be able to do something like open door or whatever and all of that. And the Textractor doesn't work on those kind of games, it seems like. But even if it did work, I don't know how to read or type Japanese, so I wouldn't be able to put in like the accurate actions and shit. But yeah, like that's the case with the original Imitation City as well, actually. I'd rather play the original Imitation City. It just looks a little bit more, I don't know, like just... It's a little less anime, a little bit more like gritty cyberpunk looking and stuff. It looks really sweet. But yeah, just no way to get that working. But the other game I want to play is a barbarian adventure game. Always looking for barbarian games, and I came across a barbarian Japanese adventure game from the 80s, and I got super excited, but there's no way I can get past the text parser, so disappointing. It's like barbarian adventure game. Really want to play that. I've been, like I say, I'm always looking for barbarian games and digging around and shit. And I started messaging people on like forums and stuff looking for barbarian games and shit. Somebody else recommended me another adventure game or a visual novel, if you will. I think the term visual novel more applies to this other game I was recommended, but it's like the art style doesn't appeal at all, and even though the story sounds really cool, it's like a more modern game, and I can't remember the name of that one. Anyways, where were we? Yuko is glaring at me. She seems to be trying to criticize. Nothing needs to be investigated. What about her friend? Oh, that's Yuko. Glaring at me. Satomi. There was no particularly noticeable reaction, however. It may be that they're only glossing over the surface, or that... Yeah, this is the dialogue that we got at the... So planned as well, I think. Can't investigate. Nothing. Can I take the orb in the background? No, I can't. I discovered another IW. It's a fashion health girl named Minako Tokita. This has nothing to do with me. There's IW in this town. And even if IW gets killed, this girl, she doesn't care. Of course, if you're human. And her friend's upset, but she seemed more like a sympathizer. Did you come to kill IW again? That's right. She was an imitation called Minako Tokita. Do you know her? I don't know. That's suspicious. Are you sure you don't know each other? I don't know, it's true. Should we show her the cross? She's glaring at me still. Save it. Show her the cross. No need to use. Okay. And obviously I can't punch these people. Strange I can't show the cross, especially since she's so nervous. But I think that just further reinforces my opinion that these two are just humans. So let's go to Soapland. It's the only other place. We've been narrowing it down. I think there's only one left. I headed to the Soapland, Shoujo Yugi. Went straight to the room where the employees were. IW, Minako Tokida's death should give me new material to judge. Just talk to him down the road there. Roko Shibuya. Vuvuzla Virtuoso, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. I'm here again to deal with the imitations. I was hiding. They were hiding in Fashion Health. Here again to deal with the imitations. They were hiding in Fashion Health. Yes. If I recall correctly, it was a woman named Minako Tokida. What, are you doubting me? It doesn't matter to me what kind of IW dies. She's been singing the same song the whole time. Mikiko. Another person came to dispose of IW. She was Minako Tokida. I'm not interested in what you have to say. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear a story about murder. Keiko Yuki. Finally, I've dealt with the second person. She's an imitation called Minako Tokida. It doesn't matter. These girls just want to be left alone. She doesn't seem upset, but she's too calm. It's too much. She shows no interest or sympathy for IW being disposed of. This one is most likely an imitation. It's well, D jumps to his own conclusions. Mikiko doesn't seem upset. However, she seems too calm. IWs show no interest or sympathy for them being disposed of. She's most likely an imitation. How could they all be imitations? There's only 3 of them, I thought. Right? Interesting, it still lets me investigate them, but it won't let me investigate the people at the cabaret. I don't know if that means anything. Alright, let's try showing the cross. Okay, good. It's working here. Now that you mention it, the imitation Minako Tokida has something like this, I said, showing Minako's cross. Imitations also have faith. Well, if I could die peacefully just by holding onto something like this, then it would be easier to get rid of it. I dropped the cross on the floor and stomped it with my foot. Well, what are you doing? Keiko. Which one was Keiko? She was the one on the right? And Mikiko in the middle there. Stop it, Minako's cross. Don't do it. Don't take advantage of his provocation. Were all three of them imitations? I pulled out my blaster. Are we gonna get an action sequence? Do we get action? Action. Ryoko Shibuya, Keiko Yuki, Mikiko Shitara. I can't believe all three of you were imitations. Well, no way. It's not. We are not imitations. I was friends with Minako Tokita, so when I found out she was killed, I was furious. Just start blasting? Should you just start blasting? Let's try to just blast. It hasn't been determined that they're IWs yet, so I can't just shoot them dead for no reason. Even if they were IWs. IWs also have the right to die comfortably. Maybe punch them? No need to hit them. Keiko Yuki. Why are you looking at me like that? Stop! Don't look at me! I'm not IW! I'm not IW. That's rude. Don't stare at me. Ryoko Shibuya returned my gaze. Her eyes were filled with hatred towards me. Oh, Ryoko. That might mean she's human, though. That might mean that she was telling the truth. Nothing to be gained by searching. Can't take anything. So we talk. Keiko and Mikiko are both quite shocked and in no state to answer your questions. I'll listen to what you have to say. Huh? They're both upset. I know what you're gonna say because I'm here. For example, your imitations. Okay, Shibuya Ryoko, I'll talk to you. I'll refuse here. Please note that what you say will affect not only you, but also the other two. Okay? Yes. Ryoko Shibuya speaks. Then let me ask you, why do you keep quiet about the fact that you know Minako Tokita? If we heard that Minako was processed as an IW and said that we were acquaintances, we would become suspicious too. That's what I thought. I see, but I don't think that it's good for you guys to hide things like that. I think it was thoughtless, but I don't think that you can charge us with IW just because Cheeto and Minako Tokita were friends. That's right, just because you were friends with Minako Tokita, we can't charge you with IW. Whether you guys are imitations or not will be determined by the IW examination. That's stupid. What? Now IW to us... You can't charge us with that. You all resisted me. I'm an IW hunter, and you tried to harm me. That alone is enough to be the subject of IW examination. This guy is so shady. I need you to prove that you're not an IW. I'd like to ask you a few questions, okay? Ryo! Yoshiko! Mikiko and Keiko are upset. Minako was killed as an IW. Of course, I'll talk to you, okay? Anyways, we're Ichiren. They're Ichiren. They're Ichiren, guys. You're saying you're not an IW? Oh, that's right. Now then, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Is that okay? We were upset when we found out that she was an IW and was killed. I'll talk to you. You don't mind, right? After all, we are just one Lotus student. And that's Ryoko just saying, talk to me instead. Again, I thought it was resistance, even though I just stood up from my chair. Yeah, it wasn't resistance. I just stood up from my chair. I judged it to be resistance. I also pulled out my blaster as proof of that. That's so. It's true that your actions made me pull out my blaster. We're going to conduct an IW examination. Shall we have all three of you take your clothes off and get naked? You are free to disobey. In that case, you will be shot to death on the spot. If you recognize that it is an IW before conducting an IW examination, you will be euthanized. Yeah, if you confess, you will be euthanized. I'll do it. It's an imitation. Why not just admit that? You are an imitation. Why not just admit that? I'll take the IW examination. Mikiko, Keiko, that's fine. The two of them nodded at Ryoko's words. Just in case. If you honestly admit that you're an IW, you won't have to suffer. There's also a sex test for the IW screening. I read about the IW screening method in a book. There's something about that. The three began to take off their clothes. The three women took off their clothes and were completely naked. This is fine, right? Start the examination quickly. Why don't you admit that you're an IW? For me. Do it for me! It's a waste of time and effort, and you'll lose your pride and dignity as women. An IW examination is different from the regular medical checkup. It would be easier to call it torture. I'm the kind of guy that would make a masochist cry with joy. Yoshiko, Mikiko, we will undergo IW examination. If we admit that we're IW, we will be killed. I don't want to die. Are you betting that Shiro will be judged as Shiro due to a mistake in the screening and my sympathy? Literally putting your body on the line. We are not IW. Even when you say death, there are two ways to die. A painful way to die and a painful way to die. I think probably painless is one of those. As long as you don't resist, IW has the right to choose how they want to die. That's not my choice. You guys, that's your choice. I have no intention of choosing death. Okay, you'll regret it later. They don't talk anymore. Mikiko Shitara. Looking at Mikiko, she was frightened. Yeah. Keiko Yuki. Keiko Yuki looks scared. Ryoko's Shibuya's eyes were shining with hatred towards me. I'll save it before the interrogation. Type A is used. This is a machine that detects abnormal waves of the brain. IW's brains are more likely to generate abnormal waves than humans. I measured each person one by one and began to administer! Measurements showed that all three were in the black. So then we go on to B. We didn't use B last time. He skipped B because he said it was annoying. He said he didn't want to use the B-type machine because it was annoying. This machine, which uses A-type, B-type, and B-type, will not work. It would be safer to stop using it. If a measurement value favorable to IW comes out, it would be troublesome. I just don't get it. Machine that detects abnormal brain waves. IW's brains are more likely to generate abnormal brain waves. Took the measurements one by one. Yeah, all three were in the black. All right, I guess we do see the dreaded C. This is a device that sends a kind of microcurrent to the brain. The pain caused by electric current is barely felt by humans. However, IW perceives it as severe pain. I examined them one by one. The reactions of the three people were strong. However, while crying, although they were vomiting and incontinent, all three refused to admit they were IWs. So we use it again? No. They may die of shock. It would be better to leave it there. Alright, well, we did this process once before already. We do the A-type machine. We skip the B. D doesn't like to use the B-type for some reason. So then we use the C, the torture device. They're all obviously IWs, and then, but they're still not admitting it. So there's one last process we have to use, the D machine. The test results indicate that you are IWs. Why don't you just admit that you're IWs? Oh, they're all not talking. You guys were unlucky. The three of you were hiding together. If one person admits that they are IW, then all of them are IW. I guess we can't both think of each other and admit that we're IW. So they're all kind of trying to protect each other. It's like, if they were alone, they would admit it. But they're all trying to cover for each other, so they feel like they can't give each other up. I sympathize with you on that point. I never feel a gasm. This is a test to check that. Yoshiko Shibuya, you will be the last to be examined. You should carefully consider that your friends will do for you. You should carefully consider what your friends will do for you. I decided to start with Keiko Yuki. Oh man. I held Keiko Yuki. Keiko was crying, but she still started shaking her, Holy I'm convinced that Keiko Yuki is an imitation. I was probably acting like I was having an orgasm, but she was probably acting like she was having an orgasm, but it was pointless. I'm a specialist in IW judgment. Keiko burst into tears. Next, I decided to hold Mikiko Shirada. Mikiko's face was distorted. The last one's Ryoko Shibuya. I know. I held Ryoko Shibuya. Ryoko seemed to be enduring the humiliation. Disc D. Disc D into Drive 2. Ryoko Shibuya is also definitely an imitation. It's a result she knew before I started judging. These stupid imitations not only lost their lives, but also the dignity of a woman. The results of the IW examination are out. They're all imitations. All 3 of them seem to have no energy to resist. I said I'd let you choose how you want to die. Here's an ampule cartridge. It contains a drug that will help you die easily. If you inject it with this, you'll die in less than a minute, as if you were asleep. Alright. I guess we give the syringe over. You know, when I came across this game, the description in it said that there was no eroge moments in the game. There was no... it wasn't an H game, it said. And it isn't. Like, I mean, like, this is all part of the story, but it's a little... The choice of how to die using the syringe is left to the IW. As an IW hunter, I have to respond to the needs as much as possible. I would rather be beaten to death than die easily from drugs. You're a tough guy, D. There might be some weird ones out there. Should I use this guy after hearing the IW's wishes? Alright. Might be some weird ones. Some of them are like, I'd rather take a bullet to the head. Come on, put your arm out. I'll make you feel better right away. Help me. Please help me, please. They're all very sad. That's right. Me, Ryoko, and Keiko were imitations. I admit it, but we... We didn't do anything. That's right, we didn't do anything. I don't want to be killed. I didn't do anything wrong. Please help me. Please let me go. It's my job to dispose of the IWs. If I dispose of the 3 of you, I'll have disposed of 5 IWs in the city. If I dispose of all 5, the chief will also be disposed of. You'll be embarrassed by the Prime Minister. It's already evening. Let's finish this troublesome work quickly. There's nothing more to talk about. Now I'll give you some medicine. Hold out your arm. Ryoko suddenly stood up and shouted, "Run away! No matter how much you beg for your life, it's pointless. If you run away at the same time, someone might be saved." However, no one tried to run. As soon as I pulled out the syringe, the 3 of them ran away. Quickly, run away! I don't want to die! I don't want to die. Aside from the latter 2, I can't believe that even that cool-headed Shibuya Ryoko will run away. Why don't you want a peaceful death? So, we give him the blaster. You choose a painful way to die. I pulled out my blaster. The IW screamed, and when they saw me pointing the gun at them, "Help me!" To me, the imitations seemed to move slowly, as if I was watching a slow-motion film. He said that last time as well. Oh, fuck. Doof, doof, doof. I accurately shot the escaped imitations one by one. The imitations fell without a scream. It's really easy job compared to IW's judgment. I'd rather just shoot him. Just in case the next scene is a bad one. Well, I mean, it's pretty bad, but I don't think we need that for it. That's 5 people. There are probably many more imitations in this town if you look for them, but if you deal with 5 of them, you'll be fine for now. The imitations died crying. Come to think of it, these IWs said something strange before they were shot dead. If I recall correctly, it was something like, Dad. I felt someone's presence behind me and I turned around. What? It's the, oh right, it's the Soapland owner, because the Soapland owner was like, they're like my daughters. When I turned around, I saw the Soapland manager standing there holding an old shotgun. This guy's bad. If you stimulate him too much, he'll fire. The manager glared at me with hatred in his eyes. He doesn't even try to hide his obvious murderous intent. It's dangerous to provoke. Let's put a save down, just in case we eat a face full of buckshot. Can I take the shotgun from him? The manager... I take the shotgun. What are you doing, you murderer? The manager fired the shotgun at me. Even with my special training, I couldn't dodge the scattering bullets coming from close range. The shock runs through my body. My body was torn to shreds by the bullets. I'm glad I put a save down. Blood like strawberry jam overflows from all over the body. My whole body loses its strength. Consciousness is fading. I can't feel any pain at all. Someone's calling me in the distance. This might have been a good thing. The moment I thought that, my body suddenly became lighter. Was that the good ending? Yeah. Did we just get the good ending? Are you really gonna make me switch the disc just so that I can reload the game and then switch the disc again? Gotta go through this first little scroll of text before I can load. And we load. That's our boss, by the way, for everybody who wasn't here at the beginning. He's the Prime Minister's hatchet man. Look at this old dude. He's pretty awesome, though. He's all shaken. Alright. So we'll try talking to him. What's going on? Could you please lower the muzzle? Oh, shut up, you beast! I'll never forgive you. Devil! Did I do something to offend you? After committing all these murders? What are you talking about? Not murder, dude. Murder? Then it's a misunderstanding. I just processed the IW. What's lying there isn't human. It's an imitation. D's all like, it's just normal business. Imitation, I'm fully aware of that. What did these girls do? They were just desperately trying to live their lives while getting their bodies dirty. Well, my pretty girls. Oh, he must have called them his daughters there at the end. Daughter. Oh, so that's why you're called Dad. Until today, I've lived my life thinking that Keiko, Ryoko, and Mikiko are my real daughters. So you're pimping them out at the Soapland? Huh. Papa. That's dangerous. Daddy. Wait, aren't you talking about that dad? I'll forgive you for insulting our parent-child relationship. Slime! The manager shook his body with anger. It's a chance. The manager is so enraged that he's beside himself. Do I take now? What are you doing, you murderer? No. This probably wants me to just shoot him. I don't know, though. I kind of thought that would work because, like, the whole prerogative is not to kill humans, right? So don't really want to shoot him. Not even sure if that's legal in the game world for imitation hunter to kill a human. Bilbus, thank you for the follow. Strawberry jam time. Yeah, there's little things like that all the time, Zalathar, in the when you're using these text translators. But once you get in the swing of the dialogue, it's pretty easy to fill in the gaps. That's why I don't always say like exactly what it's saying in the translation. Okay, so I guess we just provoke him and then shoot him. I think the translation is actually better if I speed through all of the dialogue, and then let it catch up. There, he's right there. He's, well, my cute daughters. I can't remember what he said before, but it wasn't daughter. Until today, I've lived my life thinking that Keiko, Ryoko, and Mikiko are my real daughters. Here's the chance. Now's your chance. The manager is so angry that he loses his ability to make calm decisions. I pulled out my blaster. The manager seems completely taken aback, and he looks stunned. Don't go after those cute girls! I aimed at the manager's stomach and pulled the trigger of the blaster. Oh! According to Article 11 of the IW law, I will shoot you to death. It is the law. It's the law. Ah! You are such a troublesome monger. Ugh. God damn it. You should have shot me right away. With tears in your eyes, you were singing Naniwabushi. He was singing Naniwabushi, guys. Because I'm doing it. That's what happens. The manager crawled on the floor and approached the bodies of the imitations. His eyes was blank and it seemed like he couldn't even hear words anymore. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't have the strength. Please forgive me for not avenging your... This game's pretty dark. You forgive me, Ryoko Takako, okay? The manager died. As far as I know, there's no other person who lost his life for imitation like this manager. When hunting IW, you may come across people who protect imitations. They will preach IW's human rights and try to stop the processing. However, no one is willing to risk their own lives to protect them. If there are more people like this old man who are trying to fight for imitation, it would be foolish. Look at D. Look at D. Isn't D such a cool guy? Don't you guys just love this protagonist? With his sunglasses. There's no point in staring at a dead body forever. I contacted the Internal Investigation Headquarters. Report the address of this soapland. This is to have them clean up the 3 imitations and the corpse of the manager. The chief was in a good mood and said that the report could be done tomorrow. After making contact, I left the soapland. Chief would be happy. I mean, there was like, okay, that looks pretty fucking sweet. That's a pretty good picture there. I like that one. It was already dark outside. This town has become deserted recently, but around this time of day, a number of people passing by increases. There are probably many imitations still hiding in the city. While worrying about what humans might think of him, he was frightened during humiliating work and looking around until he was hunted down. Like a timid rabbit, I started walking towards my apartment. I came back to my apartment. There's a light on in my room. By the way, Aki said she would stop by my apartment. I entered the apartment. It's the secretary. It's our girlfriend. When I opened the door to my 2DK room, Aki was standing in front of the door with a smiling face. Welcome home, D. Dinner's ready. Hey, leave the knife behind. I'm sorry. I can't help but use the blaster. What? Didn't you pull it out? Oh, I don't know about that. Dementia Paracoxtra. D is, he's a professional IW hunter. Well trained. Aki Yamashita. She's a secretary to the director of the Cabinet Research Office. My relationship with Autumn. He calls her Autumn sometimes. I wonder if that's a nickname or just they're mistranslating the Aki part of her name. Has been going on for a year. My relationship with Autumn has been going on for a year now. I'm sorry. Earlier he said he slept with Aki 5 times and he's been going out with her for a year? The food was ready on the table. Aki is talented secretary, but she also has a homely side. I think they mean homie, like she's a homemaker. I put my arm around Aki's waist, and Aki sticks a knife to the tip of my nose. No. Not until you finish your meal, okay? Oh, I understand. Well, do we take? Maybe we take the meal? Nothing to take. I'll heat up the soup right away, so please wait a little longer. But you came back at the perfect time. I just finished preparing it. The wine has just gotten cold. Aki hummed as she headed to the kitchen. I took off my coat. The inside of the room was tidy. Seems that Autumn cleaned up. When I sat down at the table, Aki brought the food. Wait. Now, enjoy. Before that, let's open some wine. Yes, that's right. Let's toast. What should we toast to? To my lover who's good at cooking. Cheers. Ooh, cheers to my lover who's good at flattering people. He's not so bad. On the table, there was more food than 2 people could eat. What are you gonna do with all this cooking? Eat it. Everything. I made it for D. Aki was shy as a child, but she's a completely different person when she's sitting in the chair at the secretary's office. I rarely smile when I'm working. Aki has given me the nickname Ice Doll. Cool nickname, bro. I said after the meal, eat well and keep your energy up, D. What did you cook the food? What did you cook the food to boost my energy? I guess it would be nice to get something like that in return. You're doing your best. That was earlier than I expected. Have you finished your work already? Well, just in case, there's still imitations in that town. I'm pretty sure there are. Did you miss it? There's no end to it. There probably aren't more than 100 or 200 IWs hiding in that town. In that town, there is a store that does business using these IWs, and there are customers who come to buy IWs who are more beautiful than human women. This is the truth. What would happen if we dealt with IW from one end to the other, and what would happen if we eradicated IW from that town? I guess dissatisfaction between store owners and customers will increase. Yes, the sex industry itself will no longer be viable. The original woman would live a proud life, even if she didn't get a job like that. It's just that there aren't that many women. The original women who work in the sex industry have scars on their shins. There's a reason why they have to do that. Oh, yes, I see. And those women's don't meet the customer's needs. What customers are looking for is a woman who is innocent and weak. When women become so powerful in society, it's difficult to find such a woman. The absolute number is extremely low. If that happens, there will be men who are attracted to women. That's right. There will be people who won't fuck. The sex industry that uses IWs is absorbing the dissatisfaction of such people. If we lose this, rape cases will occur all over Japan. Submissive, these guys are way more dangerous than a quiet IW. They're all color-mad males. Hey, then isn't the government's policy of eradicating IW wrong? Even if they can't produce children, imitations are still useful, as was the original purpose of their development. No. For women in power, there is no one more obtrusive than the presence of IW. There is beauty, honesty, and humility. It is no exaggeration to say that the government is hunting IW under pressure from various women's organizations. However, the government has no intention of eradicating IW. That's why, in fact, IW is still being secretly produced. By the government, of course. Really? The plan to close down all of the entertainment districts in a few years' time probably won't come to fruition. It won't be carried out. Then IW hunters are there to deceive the original women. That's right. If you really want to eradicate IWs, then there are other effects. There are many ways to do this. IW is shot dead by a hunter in the middle of the city in broad daylight. I don't think there could be a better demonstration than this. The imitations who were disposed of by me are scapegoats. The number of women will probably return to normal in about 10 years. That's when we can truly eradicate IW. D, you are a convinced criminal. However, the increase of the number of women will lead to a decline in their voice. IW may never be eradicated. That means that IW will also be given human rights. Yeah, that human rights thing. At best, it would be on display in stores as a high-end sex doll. I wonder what the imitations were born for. The IW is disposed of also said something like that. Even though they're persecuted like this, they just run around and don't try to fight. I sometimes wonder about that too. They're afraid of death, for their own lives. They run away to protect themselves. They spin around, but they don't try to fight. It seems like they don't think of achieving peace for themselves by destroying their enemies. Personally, I think that this is the biggest difference between humans and IWs. Rather than not being able to have an orgasm during sex, I don't know if that is imprinted during their manufacturing process. Well, this kind of thing is just nonsense. My belly's swollen. Let's have fun, Aki. I'm impatient. I picked her up and carried her to bed. Whoop. Yeah, it's quite the dinner conversation. I put Autumn on the bed and take off her clothes. Well, at least she's actually our girlfriend. Hold me, it's okay. I'm done with my work now. How long are you planning on doing IW screening? Take? Talk? Hey D, don't feel sorry for me when I deal with IW. No, why? There's no reason. It's just, I'll deal with IW. I never felt sorry for him. I don't get those feelings. I never felt sorry for anyone, let alone IW. To be honest, I don't know what it feels like. I've never experienced it before. You're a sociopath. Poor D. Who? An imitation? You don't know that kind of feeling. Hey D, tell me your name, your real name, not the Cabinet Investigation Office code number. They've been going out for a year and he never told her his real name. It's just D, okay? Aki, what's wrong today? It's a little weird. No matter how much you do, I can't reveal my real name. You know that, right? Then tell me your parents' names. I'll guess it based on their names. No, not your date of birth, your place of birth, or the school you attended. I can't give it to you. I'm sure the chief secretary would know. What's wrong, Aki? I'm sorry. I'm not a secretary right now. I'm not a human being. I'm not an IW. I'm just a woman. Not a human being. I'm just a woman. Let's end our chat, Aki. I climbed on top of Aki. You've already had sex many times today, haven't you? You have great resilience. I guess the special dish helped. They're full of lies. It's not always amazing. If you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't be able to run a business like this. I'll hold 100 women at once. It's not a joke, is it? Yeah, I know, because you're always hugging me. It's not a joke. As expected of you, sweetheart. Well, let's try to live up to your expectations. D. I embraced Autumn. We loved each other more intensely than usual. Insert disc E. This is the last disc, but the game's had us jumping around a whole bunch between discs, so... I need a better censor. All right. D, was I good? You ask me that every time. It's already decided, right? Is it different from imitation? Of course. I'm going to bed now. I have to report to the chief tomorrow. Then let's go together. I don't think it would be a good idea for the chief to know about our relationship. Well, okay. Good night. We fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, we left our apartment, and we headed to the building where the internal office is located. I looked at the cityscape, but perhaps because it was early in the morning, there weren't many people on the streets. It's been a long time since I walked outside this early in the morning. Last night's cute and fierce Autumn had returned to her usual resolute secretary face. There's nothing to look into. It's already an occupational disease. Nothing to take. Talk to Aki. Maybe I came out a little too early. It's fine. It's about this time. The manager won't come to the office until afternoon. The manager has a meeting first thing in the morning today. That's why you're leaving so early? It would have been better without it. I've already given a brief report on yesterday's imitation hunt, and I don't care if I give a detailed report in the afternoon or night. There's something I want to show you, D. Flamebow, thank you very much for the follow. What does she want to show us? What do you want to show me? I already showed you a lot yesterday. D, don't be silly. It's a serious matter. So, what is it? I'll talk to you at the office. Let's talk about this after we get to the office. Until then, I guess you're having fun. I'm looking forward to it. Yes. Otenoshimi. As she said that, Aki laughed weakly. That uncharacteristically audible way of laughing struck a chord with me, but I didn't say anything. She's an imitation. 100%. What if she's the one running the imitation underground network? What if she's the one who called? When we were at Teleclub, somebody called on the phone, and it was a woman's voice, but it was like garbled up. It said it sounded like a machine. Yeah, it's definitely got that like particular style of anime for sure. The drawings. We arrived at the office. As Aki had said, the director was in a meeting in the conference room. Oh, and she's got the phone, and we can look at the phone, and maybe there's something there. It's a Kruppy type watch. It seems like it's not for sale and difficult to obtain. It's strange that Aki, who is working as a secretary at the office, had a toy like this on her desk. Or it's not a phone, it's a clock. When I arrived at Aki's office, Aki looked more and more like a secretary. That telltale secretary look. Aki, the director is also in a meeting, so I'll show me what you wanted to show me. Do it. Aki looked confused. Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. Before that, I have something to talk about. We have to start from the beginning and talk in order. Okay, let's listen. I wonder where I should start talking. What happened? Where should I start talking? I don't know. What do you want to show me? I guess I'll stop. Oh, what the fuck? Autumn, what the hell's going on? You've been weird since last night. I'm sorry, I guess I'll stop. Keep saying Autumn, but I'm just going to say Aki. I'm going to try to remember to say Aki when it says Autumn. Aki, that doesn't seem like you. I'm sorry, I'll wait a little longer. Give me some time to think. Okay, this story ends here, by the way. Looks like the manager's still in a meeting, so let's change the mood here. What? No, in a place like this. When I hugged Aki, electronic sound rang somewhere in the room. It was the sound of the clock on the desk. It sounds familiar. She is the one who called. It was the sound I heard at the in the bag of the phone call I received from the teleclub. Perhaps noticing my complexion, Aki hurriedly moved away from me. Was it you? I see. Information is leaking. I didn't know that the secretary to the head of the Internal Affairs Bureau is a spy. Look at Dee's face. Aki ran to the wall and turned pale, but she finally muttered a few words. Yes, it's the clock bell. I was careless. She looks pale. There's some questions you need to ask before you find out whether or not Autumn is an imitation. Aki. Yo, Benzo Min Ben, what's happening? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Why did you give the information to the IW? Answer me. That's right, D. It's just as you think, because I'm an imitation. You're an imitation? Stupid you. You're human. First, the Cabinet Research Office won't hire an IW as a secretary. My late father-in-law was a powerful politician. My foster mother was produced as an imitation. He treated me like a real child. Several years ago, his father-in-law anticipated the enactment of the IW disposal law, used his political power to have all records of me as an IW. By forging official documents, I became a human instead of an IW. No, you're human! I'm a professional IW judge. D's all busted up about why he wasn't able to figure it out. I'm an imitation. I use my position as a secretary of the Cabinet Investigation Office to try to save the other imitations. I'm a genuine IW. With this, you understand, right? How unreliable is the IW judging method? I see. That's great acting ability. Last night, well, up until now, I've been completely fooled. I should have used the testing equipment before going to bed. I still don't understand, D. The inspection equipment is testing IW. You know it's junk to create. Even original humans would be judged as imitations if they were put through that testing device. What? Really? That's right. D knows, too. That's right. However, there were no humans among the people I killed. That's not what I'm saying. It's that there's no difference between an imitation and an original human being. The only difference is that the imitation must be aware that they are an imitation. The IW examination is just a psychological test that focuses on that. IW and humans are no different. being held by you. When I feel something, I'm not acting. I'm really feeling it. Even IW can feel orgasm. There's no way a woman can have an orgasm during the torture-like sex she's having during the screening process. Oh, so you're saying that it wasn't an act. That's good. If you don't know the difference between being serious and acting, you'll have to quit your job, Aki. You say that IWs and humans are the same. But what about pregnancy and childbirth? Imitations have no reproductive ability. It's not that I don't have the ability to reproduce. It was taken away from me when I was developed as an imitation. When the IW was created, my ability to reproduce was cut off to protect the human species. My father-in-law investigated this, so I'm sure. Our imitation ovaries are consistently secreting ovulation-suppressing hormones. That's how we are regulated. It's being artificially castrated. I see. That might be true. They're from the government. If so, that's what I would do. That's not the problem for me, Autumn. It's what I'm gonna do with you. I pulled out my blaster. The blaster looks sweet. It totally looks like the gun from Blade Runner. Are you gonna kill me? Now that we know that Aki is an imitation, we have to deal with it. What's more, Aki uses her position to spread information to the other IWs. I don't know what they're talking about with John there, but there's no male IWs. Are you gonna kill me? Fine, if you want to kill me, then that's what I want. But before that, listen to my story and ask me if you want to kill me. We just heard your story. It's an important story. What are you talking about? It's about the truth. The truth. What else is there beside what I just heard? The truth about you. Oh, shit. The truth about me, I said within myself. Kill Aki. Aki's words, what she's about to say is dangerous for me. My sixth senses, or rather my instincts, told me so. That's right. I was actually going to talk to you earlier, but I could not say it. But if I'm going to die here, I have to tell you. Pull the trigger. Shoot Autumn. Shut this woman up. I kept shouting. I'm gonna save it, and we'll try to use the blaster. See what happens. Use the blaster. I bet you I get a game over. I aimed at Aki's chest and pulled the trigger. There's a hole in the white body I loved last night. D. Autumn is falling like stop motion. Aki fell to the floor and died. I looked down at Autumn's corpse. The woman I loved is no longer breathing. Aki was trying to say something. What on earth was she trying to say? I tried to think of something, but then stopped. My mission is to hunt down imitations and destroy them. Aki was an imitation. I got rid of Aki. I just did what was natural. There's no need to think about anything. Only one imitation, Aki Yamashita, has been disposed of. That is all. Game over. That's the professional ending. I gotta flip these discs around again. Before we can see what Aki has to say for us. What do you think it's gonna be? What could Aki possibly have to tell us that will change the situation? All right. Talk to us. Are you gonna kill me? Fine, do what you want. That's my wish. Before you do that, I got something serious to say. This is gonna be some dialogue we already went through. Pull the trigger, shoot Autumn, shut this woman up. Okay, Aki, I'll listen. Thank you, D. Before we talk, I have something to show you. You can sit at your desk, okay? Aki sat down at her desk. Aki sat down at her desk and began operating the computer terminal. I set up a VTR in the conference room. This is what I wanted to show you. Conference room. The display screen seemed to be distorted for a moment, and then an image of the conference room appeared. Is that the secretary, or is that the prime minister on the left there beside the secretary? Looks like she's got a mustache. The Prime Minister, the Director of Investigation Office, the Chief Cabinet Secretary, and even the Director of the Defense Agency. What on earth is this meeting about? The audio will start right away. If you listen to what they're saying, you'll understand. I listened to what they were saying. As I reported above, I can say that the results are excellent. There may be some problems, though. What are those problems? As you know, IW was raised in foster care as a child, but this prototype was allowed to grow rapidly, and as a result, it seemed to lack emotional support. Specifically, what do you mean? We know what they mean. Rapid growth prototype android that has no emotions. That's right. To put it simply, I'm a cruel person. He has no moral sense or compassion. In other words, it's natural that we haven't been taught emotionally, but emotions are something that's acquired and comes from education. I see. However, in this test, it's working for a positive way. Since he doesn't have the slightest sympathy for IW, he's probably the best choice as an IW hunter. That's true. Actually, the results of the prototype as an IW hunter are: it stands out from the crowd compared to other hunters. So what about the most important functions? His sexual prowess is also nowhere near that of an original man. In the first place, unlike IW, I am. You could say it was even developed for that purpose. I am, I asked, but Aki turned pale and didn't answer. I am imitation man? Oh! Saigato Master, thank you very much for the follow. The mind-boggling twist going on here in this game. I am, and I am. Imitation cannot be left as entertainment only for men. It's something I want to use as soon as possible. It's almost time for mass production. Later on, let's have a look at the IM prototype D in person. I'm looking forward to it. A living sex doll. Well, in this... Oh, Chief Cabinet. Oh yeah, that's our boss, yeah. It's a guy. I'm looking forward to it. A living sex doll. Well, in this case, I guess it would be better to say living Harrogant? Delete it. Enough is enough. D can't handle it. D! Oh, boy. He's all, not like this. Not like this. You're an idiot. Are you saying I'm an imitation? Or that I lack emotion? You let me grow up so quickly. I'm a human. Dee, I feel sorry for you, but it's true. No! You should already know. No, it's not right. I desperately tried to trace back my childhood memories, but I can't remember anything. My father's name, my mother's name, the place where I was born and raised, and even my own name. You only just noticed this? I mean, the way they were talking, Dee could very well be like a week or two old. Maybe, well, he's been in a relationship with Aki for a year, so there's that we can go off of. But yeah, he may be like a year old. I can't remember anything. No, it's not that I can't remember. It wasn't there for the beginning. I had no past. Why now? I guess he didn't try to look back on his past until then. That's how I was adjusted. I was told never to question myself like that. Damn it! They're like gods! Did you mean to become... I'm a human? Dee, do you understand the sadness of the IWs you've killed? I see. That's what you wanted to say to me. You're telling me to die. Cool. Okay, I'll die as you wish. Don't be complacent. Your sins cannot be atoned for by committing suicide. Aki, if I had to kill you, I wouldn't have told you this story. If I had intended to kill you, there would have been plenty of chances. One of the reasons I didn't kill you was because I'm paying a high price for your abilities as a terrorist. Terrorist? The imitation will no longer run away. We will win our freedom. Oh, they're standing up. They're rising up. I will declare war on humanity in order to... you won't die easily. You will use your murderous abilities to help the imitations as compensation for the IWs you killed to humanity. I must become the vanguard of revenge. I will control poison with poison. Okay, I'll do it. As long as I live, I will continue to terrorize humanity indefinitely. Go to hell. This is getting fucking crazed. I'll fall with you to that hell. Dee, I love you so much. So much that I can't help it. Oh, we just open up the conference room and just start blowing everyone away. The battle between imitations and humanity has now come to a head. I don't know how this battle will turn out. I don't need to know. I just have to kill humans. That's my mission. There's no need to think about anything. All you have to do is kill every single human being and walk on without feeling any pity. It's that simple. That's the ability the humans gave me. That's it? That's it. There you go. That's it. Down. Woo! Oh. Wow. That was a pretty intense game. There was a few more suspicious scenes in there than I had thought there was gonna be. I can see why Macaw does a full screen censor for these games. Yeah, but it was a story. You know, this wasn't like a complete porno game or anything like that. It was definitely a story. it was getting pretty typical there at the end, like the whole I'm an IW and you're an IW, and you know we're all IWs. That's a pretty that's a twist a person could see coming a mile away. But I totally didn't think that D was just gonna like all of a sudden flip into a homicidal human killing machine. He went like Roy Batty from fucking Blade Runner. Worse even. Flip. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, perchance. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it would have been like kind of like more of a downer ending. Like he would have gotten like controlled, powered down. Maybe he would have, you know, another IW hunter would have come in and taken him out or something like that there at the end. Emotional development of a 2-year-old. I mean, pretty much. That's kind of exactly what they said, even. Existential questioning of existence. Well, there was a lot of that throughout the game, but it was really like surface value philosophy. You know, the writer wrote or the writer watched Blade Runner like 5 times in a row and then just churned this out on a weekend. The what is it? The Jiro Ishii version, the original. I'm very curious to see if that has any adult scenes in it at all. It doesn't really look like it does. From what little screenshots and things like that I've seen of it. And I also wonder if the writing was handled maybe better on that, because though I've never played or heard of Jiro Ishii, and I've never played any of his games before looking into Imitation City, he's pretty well regarded with some of the other adventure games he's built as far as writing and things like that goes. Throwaway plot points like the communism. I almost wonder if that was just a weird translation. Kind of a downer ending still. Well, it was like crazed though. That's the category I'd put that ending in. It just went absolutely insane with him like turning into a like a weapon of mass destruction basically against humanity. I can't imagine that D's gonna like last much longer though, right? You know, he's probably got a few days there of just murdering people until somebody just blows him up. Yeah, Ghost Hall, that's sort of where I saw that it was going. The whole investigation aspect of this game, the mystery aspect of it, like, sucked. The best part was at the end, him turning into like a Terminator, basically. That was definitely the best part of the game. I didn't really like the investigation sections. It didn't feel like you were solving any kind of a mystery or anything like that. And having your girlfriend turn around and be like, I'm an IW, like I was saying, that's just such a typical thing. Sort of a cheap mystery tactic where you introduce a character at the beginning that doesn't really affect the story in any way. And then at the very end, it's like, oh, it was him. It was him all along. Remember that guy that you saw for 10 minutes at the beginning? The story was heavy for sure, Centauran. Yeah, I felt that as well. I kind of thought we were getting like Blade Runner shit, and it got pretty darn dark there sometimes, but it was still cool. Definitely cyberpunk. I don't know. I give it 4 IWs out of 10. Cyber punk. Well, and sex and violence is like a huge part of the cyberpunk theme as well, right? Like you see that and all the other stuff. Yeah, it's not the nudity or anything like that's a problem even either, because it's like, oh, you're okay with seeing somebody's head get blown off, but then you're not okay with seeing some nudity. It wasn't so much that, it's just like the context of what it was. Yeah, the context, exactly. Dudu Flatulato. The way he understood it, they made IWs but then needed to destroy them because women, including the Prime Minister, resented them and passed a law to eliminate them. But they saw IWs as filling a need in society, in the soaplands and things like that, and believed if they eliminated them entirely, rape crimes would go up due to the men using them no longer having access, so they secretly avoided killing all the IWs and actually made more. That's exactly what happened. Perfect summary, Dudu Flatulato. Just throw in a completely unsympathetic main character, and that's Imitation City. I don't even want to call it Imitation City. It's Imitation wa Asanai. Because I really question how much, like how similar this game is to the original, past just the surface value IW stuff. I know all of that's the same, like the core story is still the same, but ending was cool though. Yeah, I wasn't so surprised about the IM twist as I was about him just being like, all right, yeah, I guess if I'm a imitation man, then I will hunt down humans. And he kind of made that point earlier as well, when he was talking to one of the IWs. He was like, what did he say? He was like, why don't they fight back? It's so strange to me. And that seems to be the biggest difference between humans and IWs, is that they won't fight back. They're just scared. They only want to run. If it was me, I would blaster everybody. Well, and, I mean, Deckard's not a replicant in Blade Runner, even though they hint at that a lot in the director's cut. When it comes around to the story, he isn't. They just want to... Ridley Scott just wanted to make that more ambiguous. Like, in the original theatrical release, it's very clear that he's not a replicant. He rides off with the replicant chick, I can't remember her name. And he gets this like little happily ever after scene at the end of the movie. It's definitely one of the things that I dislike about the theatrical release, that and the voiceover. I kind of thought it was going to go straight full-on Blade Runner, and he was just going to be human, but like run off with his IW girlfriend. But that's another thing I really like about the director's cut as well, because it ends and Deckard, he sees this little origami unicorn lying on the floor. This is the very end of Blade Runner. Spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen Blade Runner. He sees a little origami unicorn on the floor, and he picks it up and he looks at it and resolves something inside of himself. And then he walks into elevator with his Rachel, I think was her name, and the doors close, and it kind of sounds like a gunshot when the doors close. So long before they made this newer Blade Runner, you know, for 4 or 5 years ago, whatever it was, long before they made the new Blade Runner movie, I had always thought that he blew her away, because the little origami comes from Gaff, which was one of his co-workers, like another Blade Runner, another policeman anyways. So it's almost like I almost thought he left it there and he would see the unicorn and then, you know, kind of resolved him to do his job and continue to be a human. But the other way to look at it as well, because of the unicorn dream he has midway through the movie, is that it's Gaff telling him, you know, he's not human, or she is human, or what does it even matter, you know? If you have a, you know, if you have those emotions, if you have humanity, don't you have a soul? The questions, the cyberpunk questions. These are the typical cyberpunk questions, and the ones that always turn up in almost every cyberpunk game. They even popped up here in a really, like, sort of ham-fisted kind of a way. Yeah. Not a great game, but a cool game, fun to play. Still interested in if I could ever try out the original, I would. But I'd have to learn Japanese for that one. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it for me, guys. Kind of a shorter game here. I feel like I'm used to always streaming like 8 hours to like 12 or 14 hours. But we got that one done in a fairly timely manner, which is pretty good because I'm not used to talking this much either. The last few games that we played had a voiceovers for them, right? Nocturne and D. D and D2, they were very, very good. But yeah, until next time, let me find somebody to raid here. Let me find someone to raid. And also turn this music up that I just put on. Mr. Radon's on. Let's go say hey to Radon. He might be getting close to ending, but I haven't rated Radon in a while, and he is a top quality late night streamer. Good times, lots of laughs, very, very cozy days over there at Radon's. Yo, Macaw, thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for coming in, everybody, spending time with me through that really crazy game. It's probably maybe a little hard to stomach for some people, but hey, we got to do the archaeology. We got to explore. We got to check out more crazed games. And we will check out more crazed games. Until next time, everybody take it easy. Have a good rest of your day, evening, whatever it is. I'll catch you next time.